Hello, it's me, Pipsqueak. I had to hurry like the fuck up in order to start the stream so that Marcus wouldn't type, "Where'd the stream at?" Because I was 1 minute later than I said I was gonna be. So I've stressed my way to the setup to avoid that. Haven't even connected my Bluetooth yet. There we go. Not that I have any audio on anyway. We're gonna do more La Sovereign, like blind from here, or no, blindish, because I do still have some memories, but we're not doing the guide anymore. But as always, we're gonna start with some game doll. Grand Theft Auto Free. What's the name of the Mariana game? The weed game. I should know this. It's not Weedcraft Inc. What's the name of the game? It's like one of the most sold games in the past like year. Can't be that hard. It is that. Oh, it's Formula. No. I forgot what name it is. It's not Weed Shop. Browse by Weed Games. Amazing list. It's nothing. It's none of these. God damn it! It's like subject something. Is it not subject? I swear it's that game. Yeah, it is. I know what game this is. I just don't know the name. Schedule. Oh my god. I'm so bad. The decisions are many. Which recipes, which locations, staffing requirements, strategic advertising, mob sabotage, gangsters want a pie, Activision, The Sims. Theme park. Something tycoon. It's fast food tycoon. Yeah, you search tycoon and you get it. It's really that easy. I've never heard this game in my life. I've definitely seen this. It's not. It's not Sekiro. Is this like a samurai character? Let me see. Has a sword. It's not Yoshimitsu, is it? Is this Dynasty Warriors? I feel like I should actually know this guy, but I don't. Onimusha, okay. I've seen Onimusha 1 and 2 content, so maybe I could have gotten it from there, but nope. I didn't have it in me. I couldn't get it. Gore Bloody Parody. Gore Bloody Parody. Happy Tree Friends? Skate. No. Skate Free. Janitor, biohazard, incinerator. Oh, Viscera, cleanup detail. There we go. Game can be so hard sometimes, and then sometimes it's that easy. Sometimes you just need a couple keywords, and it's yours immediately. It's really that easy. But yes, it can be really, really difficult a lot of time. I'm not the best at it. But it's the type of trivia I want to know. I want to have that knowledge stored up for when I'm 60 years old. I'm training for when I have to explain shit to grandkids, you know? Fighting dementia? Exactly. Well, I was considering just starting Last Sovereign, but it's just you here. Where's the rest of them? There's supposed to be people joining. I ain't see no people. What do we got on Steam? What if I just play like Fantasy Idol Dungeon instead? I think that sounds like a better time, to be honest. Bro, it doesn't have audio. Yeah, why not? True. Oh, it costs money. Let me go pirate Fantasy Idol Dungeon real quick so we can get the stream going. This does not look like a good time. Can we just play Slay the Spire 2 instead? God, it's really funny how... Oh, okay, this actually has news. This one... Did it disconnect my headset? Is that why there's no audio? There's no way that multiple of these have no audio. I'd believe it if it was just one, but I don't believe it if it's... No, I'm connected. This also doesn't have audio. Looks like Vampire Survivors meets Hades. Sorta. It's actually kind of difficult. I played the demo for this. You have like a skill tree, kind of like a Path of Exile skill tree, and each skill on the tree, each node on the tree is a zone you have to beat, like a gauntlet of enemies, in order to both get the skill on the tree, but then also progress. And then eventually a boss will spawn somewhere on the skill tree and try and get to you. And when you kill the boss, you win, and if you die to the boss, you lose. It's a interesting roguelike formula I haven't seen before. It's a bunch of different games here I'm curious about. Hate roguelikes. I love roguelites, but they have to be good in order for me to like them. The issue is that if you compare them to Slay the Spire, they very rarely come out on top. Okay, I know this is audio. I literally know this one is audio. I've listened to this before. Why do I not have audio? Oh, it's because Steam is on the wrong fucking thing. There we go. This game is fantastic. There's never... Like, I haven't seen anything except the trailer for this. Yeah, okay, the hero needs the coherence course. You're just a silly little dump fish NPC who's been given the opportunity of a lifetime to play a supporting role in the epic of Piscis Ex Machina 4.44. You are fish. They even dedicated the subtitle to you. That's you. You are fish. Fish you. I'm so excited for this game. I watched the trailer like half a year ago, and I have no idea what's going on in it, but it's got the vibes down pat. Load. I didn't want to ruin the vibe by skipping too far ahead. But look, you've got a fishing rod. You gotta play a minigame to, like, catch it. I love that he can't even play his own... Dude, the dev can't press to start the minigame. This is the best trailer ever. The dev cannot click the center thing to start the minigame. Look at this shit. What is happening? Cooking, yes. Fire, meh. Hooked, coherence code, question mark, question mark, question mark. Aptitude, accepting. Why is there a mech in the background? Why are you glitched out? Why do you have a fish radar? World end timer? I love that you're hooking yourself to it. You're not fishing things in, you're hooking yourself onto the thing. This is a fever dream? This game is gonna be amazing when it comes out. Yeah, the timer does run on real world time, which is very funny to me. Like, I'm so excited for this game. The trailer tells me absolutely nothing is the best part. I still don't know what the conceit of the game is, in the slightest. He's apparently up to 2 coherence from 1. Arthro. It's just... sometimes... I'm only interested in people who are serious about collecting coherence cores. Sometimes it's all about the vibes. You just gotta hit the vibes right, and it's the best thing, you know? There's... like, this trailer came out in... like, over a year ago, I think. And then we've heard literally nothing. Starting January 1st, the Steam Cloud will only support Windows 10 or later. Okay. Just fucking fantastic game. I love that I have that on my wish list. Who's the dev? Flout. Can we find something about this person? Blue Sky. Let's not Blue Rose. Float. Probably a pen name. Yup. Main Flout Gutter is their beste. Oh. This is probably that person. They're working on Unbeatable? That's a pretty fucking, like, hype game, isn't it? Isn't Unbeatable, like, legitimately hyped? Yeah, it comes out in, like, not in 5 days. It's a rhythm game. I guess they're doing that in the meanwhile while they're working on their own game. That's kind of dope. But I'll play this. I'll you know, stick to my corner of important games like The Last Sovereign. You know, important stuff. There was a visual novel game I wanted to play, but I forgot which one it's called. Or I forgot what it's called, so I'm not gonna find it now. Yeah, I play important games like The Last Sovereign and The Brazilian Drug Dealer Free. I opened a portal to hell in the favela trying to revive Mit Aya. I need to close it. Got a broad range of tastes. Oh, let me go to Google Sheets. Last Sovereign. Can I get the sheets? Do I get it then? Yes, I do. Nice. Okay. Got my notes up. No cheating. Just got these 2 tabs. So I guess I don't need Blue Sky anymore. Oh, fuck. We already picked a decision. What did we do? We pushed for moderate succubus reform, right? I believe, yes. Excel time? Yup. What did we say? We said we wanted to push this through, like, the hardest we could. Today will be a really big deal for everyone. I hope we've done enough to prepare. You have a difficult task ahead of you today. Good luck. Actually, I'm experiencing a pretty strong pump, so I don't want to use the keyboard right now. I would rather use a controller. See if I can't get the Xbox controller plugged in. Hopefully you don't hear the controls. Can I rebind? Gamepad settings. Hold to dash instead of walk, or walk instead. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Cool. I use controller for most games these days. IT, work your life. Yeah, I'm super peculiar, or like particular about the ergonomics of my desk and like how I'm sitting relative to my monitors and everything. Specifically because I want to extend the amount of time I can use like a keyboard and mouse without fucking over my wrists. But the older I get, the more I'm leaning towards using controllers, like at least mixing it in if I don't care too much about precision. Like in this game, where precision doesn't matter. Okay, you can't hear me click unless I'm talking at the same time. That's fine. Tell me if it gets annoying to hear my controller at the same time. And I'll up the noise suppression, or like noise gate. Yeah, I saw the Guild Wars 1 remake came out. Is it good? I've heard it works flawlessly, but I'm considering playing it, because I never played like the first game. I played a bit of Guild Wars 2, but I haven't played Guild Wars 1, so I'm legitimately considering just going into it. Like, a lot. Nice, so I don't ask you is what you're saying. Good to know. Bah, more inter-Evolen matters. How aggravating. Fucking ruffle your feathers. The High Priestesses seem more on the fence than I expected. Pay close attention to their leanings. Okay. Okay, we talked to everyone in here. But I literally only learned about the remake yesterday, saw something like a trailer and thought, oh cool, another thing to look forward to next year. Nice. I didn't even realize it had a trailer. I have over 2k hours on 2, nice. I'm up to 8,000 hours in Path of Exile, so I relate to being Giga Gamer in a game. You know, is any one of you in chat a game developer? Can I petition you to do something? Can I just like request a game made? Like post haste? I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't care if you're a game developer, I'm doing it anyway. Where's Steam? I've made games before, if that counts. Yeah, the game I want remade was made in Flash, so I believe you can do better. Let me see. Is Steam popping up? Good. You know what we need more than anything else? We need a proper remake of Flash, of Realm of the Mad God. Actually, I don't even need to do... The trailer sucks ass. I should just do this on YouTube. I fucking love Realm of the Mad God. I've got like 2k hours in Realm of the Mad God-ish, about 1.5k. I accidentally... Actually, wait, I can't do this because this is a copyrighted song, right? This video is great. What's wrong? Yeah, that's a copyrighted song. This seems like the easiest thing to make an improvement on, because there's so much that sucks ass about Realm of the Mad God. There's just like an insane amount of shit that sucks ass about Realm of the Mad God. And it's still like the best game I've ever played. I just need us to make a... That's the wrong button. Theater mode, that's it. I need us to make a proper, like, sequel to Realm of the Mad God. Like a well-made version of this game that has netcode that doesn't kill you. God, the amount of rubber banding I had in this game is crazy. I have 2k hours, something like that, in this game. I have 1k on Steam and then more on the standalone client. I got so good at this game. I maxed every class, and I want it back. There's like been no competitors to Realm of the Mad God ever. I love the fucking rock paper shotgun shout out. It's so funny. I loved the Realm of Mad God. The best part is roguelike MMOs is niche. Yeah, but like fucking make it. I don't care. I don't care about particulars. I need shit like this back.
Welcome. You have entered the hipster zone. Today
I need the hipster zone back.
The secret art of slamming thugs with the most overpowered class in the ROG. That's right, fools, it's the hipster. Watch out. It's a snake. The snake is the hardest boss in the game. Make sure you dodge his green lasers and his totally balanced red grenade. This makes him the hardest boss in the game.
I fucking love this game, man. I need it back so bad. That's all I wanted to request of you. I've been thinking about it. I'm so nostalgic for Realm of the Mad God before they killed it with pets. The first thing that happened when pets came out was I grinded one up to 99 healing and 99 mana heal. And then I soloed like every dungeon in the game on ninja and rogue. Because you had perma invisibility and you had perma speed buff and damage buff on ninja. Make it yourself, new stream idea. Look, to say, you need to understand. It feels far more viable for me to go full in on content creation and then harass my viewers to make it rather than make it myself. Does that make sense? Like, the suffering of making a game is not something I would want. I would rather inflict that on my viewers. I lost Ogmur. What? What's Ogmur? Shield of Ogmur? Oh my god. You know that wasn't out when I played. Brother. This drops from dungeons that didn't exist back when I played. I'm too boomer. Okay, it's armor broke instead of stun. It's insane. Actually, it's a shield, so it's not that insane death. I think it capped out at like 12, the normal shield, maybe something like that. This item just didn't exist. Thought it was event drop. Drops from Lord of the Lost Land, Skeletal Centipede, Bilgewater Galleon, The Keeper. None of these existed back when I played. Not a single one. This is all content that didn't exist back when I played. There was only one UT shield, and it was where is it? They made a tier 7 shield of Orcish Regalia. What the fuck? Maybe I need to get back into the game. Maybe I need to play again. This shit goes crazy. Actually, there wasn't even a UT shield back then. I'm thinking of the helmet that Warriors got. God, Warrior was so broken when the pets came out. Can I see shields, helms? Yeah, I'm thinking of. Oh, there's so many. Helm of the Juggernaut. This was the one I was thinking of. But yeah, there wasn't a single UT shield back in the day. You're too zoomer. 5.3 hours in Realm of the Mad God. Last played June 12, 2012. Yeah, that's about when I played too. Ogmur was like 2012. Nah, no way. When did pets come out? Actually, wait. Okay, the video I played here, Pro as Heck Guide to the Trickster, was 2012. there was definitely none of those things in... Like, Ogmer was not in the game but then. Maybe the page has when it... Before, this had a different thing. Shield of Ogmer. It came out in 2016. Pure, you're a fucking zoomer. It came out in 2016. You're 4 years too late for this shit. How old are you? I'm sorry to say. Time passes too fast. Hell nah. Yeah, it is. It says it on the page. History. The Shield of Ogmer was a rare drop from an event chest in the Ocean Trench from 9th of September 2016 to the 12th, as well as an event chest in the Ice Cave from August 24th to August 27th in 2018. Now we can get 20 viewers. Yeah, true. Missed Timer G. Can one of you just those are special events drops? Okay. Lord of the Lost Land. Yeah, this guy. This guy definitely did not... Oh, wait, the sprite has changed. Am I tripping? No, you're right. You're right. Ogmer existed. Lord of the Lost Land was in the game from the start. I just forgot what his name is. This guy was in from the start. I'm tripping. You're completely correct. Yeah, Ogmer was in the game from this, like, very early on. You're completely right. I take everything I said back. What is Skeletal Centipede? This did not exist. Okay, well, this existed, but it definitely did not drop Ogmer. They made a boss that drops both the Helm of Juggernaut, Dirk of Cronus, Shield of Ogmer, Seal of Blasphemous Prayer, and Orb of Conflict? Fuck are they smoking? You gotta get every drop from the same boss? Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on. Sorry, I just want to ask you to please make a sequel to that game, because that game was my shit, and I just had a nostalgia blast earlier today thinking about it. About how much better life was back then, which I translate to the game being better. It has nothing to do with where I was in my life and the innocence of childhood. It all stems from the game being better than any game that exists out, like, right now. Which is why we need a sequel to it. The High Priestesses have already moved to the central building, though the council is not yet convened. Wonder if that's the same thing I'll get from Guild Wars? For sure. The lodge is being prepared for more evening events. Okay. No new dialogue. I was kinda meh, then you weren't good enough at the game. You only had 5 hours or something, right? The thing about Realm Mad God is it was insanely fun to max out your character. I won't say you're good or bad at the game, but like I got so hooked on maxing every class, NPE, never trading anything or doing anything. That's where I probably got the what's it called? The solo self-found mentality and like the Iron Man mentality. It probably all stems from playing NP in Realm Mad God. Okay, so today will be unusual. I think we have to play things by ear. I can't use... Oh, nah. I can't use the resources, the influence on this. Okay, that sucks. Rushing Abyss on a melee class was hell adrenaline, for sure. Holy shit, that was a good time. I also really loved just like warrior rushing Wine Cellar. Oh, warrior rushing Wine Cellar to get all the damage in at the very start of the fight was so good. And then you fuck up and you run into the confused bullet and you fucking die because you're bad at the game. remember to save scum a lot. They disable saving once you're inside here, which is why I'm a bit skeptical of going in. But I think we've gone and talked to everything, so... Or... Wait, there's one thing I can test before. Do we want to... Is there any reason to go back out? You know, I'm going to save. We're going to see if there's any reason to go back out. If this doesn't trigger a cutscene... Yeah, this doesn't trigger a cutscene. There's definitely something we have to do there before the end, but I don't know what. We ready to wait for the day's first session? Yes. Good morning, everyone. I hope you slept well, because today we will be attempting to discern Evala's will on a very difficult topic. Yesterday, we ruled general tolerance of succubi, but that leaves the matter of those succubi who wish to become Evalan. What is there to discuss? If they wish to follow the teachings of Evala, there is now nothing stopping them, right? It won't end there, fool! There's no need for such insults. That may be, but I think that she is correct. Few Evalan succubi seek to follow all of Evala's rules, particularly monogamy. I suppose I could tolerate succubi who forsake their sinful ways, but those who seek to introduce sin to our church, never. I believe what they seek is doctrinal clarification, not sin. Even we high priestesses cannot agree on the details of what sin precisely is. Okay. Do we think sin is a real thing? I hate that I have to ask this question. Do we think sin is like a force, like corruption? Or is it just garbage religion stuff? I assume it's only subjective. I don't think sin exists as a concept outside of corruption in this, right? That's my read on it. Think it's nonsense? Yeah, it makes sense. I'm happy I'm not alone in that. But I wanted to entertain the thought in case the in case it comes up, and you know, it's good to have both ways of reading into it, depending on how much sin is going to come up in the future. Even we high priestesses cannot agree on the details of what sin precisely is. Enough. It's premature to argue over such details before they have even been presented to us. I call Yellerel to speak again, as she is the one bringing the details of this proposal. Thank you, High Priestess Hester. I adhere to ethics and morals, ideology, not because God said so, but because of how I feel, and the way I feel are based on the way I grew up. Yeah, that's how it goes for everyone who's not religious. Correct? I'm so tempted to be an asshole and say, do you want a gold medal? But I won't say that. Instead, I will say it in third person, so that the rudeness of it, I can deflect and be like, no, I didn't actually say it, I just pretended to say it. I gave you the alternate timeline where I did say it, in order to shield myself from being an asshole. That's how it works. It's a great perk of being a streamer. It's a rhetorical technique. I'm religious though, fair enough. I do believe in our savior, fair enough, fair enough. I believe in Simon. Thank you, High Priestess Hester. Let me begin by saying that we do not seek to tear down the church, merely to be a part of it as all other races are. Since you have accepted our presence, should the church not adapt further to that change? It is already a significant one. We are not seeking to control doctrine, merely to be acknowledged as a denomination and theological school. From there, you can accept or condemn our teachings, just as you do with each other. A new denomination? What would you be? What would you be? Consecrationists? What? Sister Anna, I am shocked that you would speak so coarsely. Over-under on Anna being insanely repressed, and it's actually like the horniest out of all these people. Do you really have to remove all the sex to turn Simon into a savior allegory? I mean, the Christian version, sure, correct. I feel like you can definitely still have him be a savior allegory. Everyone settle down. I'm sorry to have caused a disturbance, but I do not think the changes would be as extreme as you might imagine. To emphasize that point, I would like to call someone else to speak in my place. Here in Mother Russia. Hello. What's the name of that headwear? That has a name, but I forget what it's called. It's the, like, winter wear. Or it looks very similar to it, but it's obviously not, what's the word? In Swedish, it's fodrat. There's no, like, leather, not leather, there's no, like, coating on the inside. Ushanka? I think that's it, yeah. There's no warm layer on the inside to insulate it from the cold. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, speak hard. Good day. An orc? We're letting an orc address the Holy Synod? Oh, hush. This is clearly one of the new breed. They can speak quite well. Indeed, and it's exactly what I wish to speak of today. Unlike some succubi, I do not seek to create any new theological group, but to join one. That is Ushanka, yeah. Yep. Thank you. I believe you will find orcs to be extremely committed consecrationists. We begin life as brutes, but if Ivala smiles on us, we can be elevated to a higher state. If I was... What's her name? If I was Balia right now, I'd feel like when my patient thanks God instead of me, the doctor, who did the surgery. Like, motherfucker, I did all the work. What do you mean if Vala smiles on us? I developed the technology. I'm the reason. If anything, you should worship me as the god. I'd have to dive into keyboard settings that scare me. Yeah, don't do that. Never go too deep on keyboard settings. Nah, God manipulated the world so that you would be ready to save him when he needed it. I hate theological arguments. Because they always win. I can't beat it. I can't beat that. What's wrong with just helping and saving people because? No profit. We live in a capitalist society to say that's why. No. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't care if the homeless person thanks God or thanks the community. It's more that I think if they do both, I'm perfectly fine with it. I have no issue with the idea if they do both. But if they don't thank the person who did that, who God acted through, according to their view of the world, you know, then I would be annoyed. You thank both people, no issue. But if they thank, if they call you blessed by God, would that be fine? Yeah, I would be okay with that. I think some atheists or whatever might not be, up to them, but that is perfectly fine by me. I just want, if I do something like that, I'd probably be annoyed if the credit for it was given to someone else in a way where my work feels completely minimized, if that makes sense. I can't speak for this specific case because, you know, I don't do surgery on people, and it would be from person to person. But it's like, in the similar way, if someone asks for like $100 and I give them $100 and they're like, thank God, and they don't say anything else, they're just like, oh, thank God. Or like, thank the Lord for these $100, you know. Oh, thank God is more of a general, like, you don't even have to be religious to say thank God, you know. More like a specific prayer to God that they received it, and then they don't even say thanks to me, you know. At that point, I'm like, nah. But this is more the fact that I'm a closet asshole. That is something I'm aware of. I like getting credit. One of the reasons I do believe in Christ is because I like the message of redemption. That's fair. I'm of the opinion that basically everything can be redeemed, but you cannot be redeemed in the eyes of other people, if that makes sense. Like you can't decide when you're redeemed to someone else, but you can be redeemed in a sense of finding inner peace and like more on a total scale. But I don't think that's... No one owes you forgiveness, but redemption is separate from that, and I do believe in redemption. Fuck, why am I now examining my beliefs on random shit like this? Let's keep going. That is true. I fear I had overly focused on succubi and not considered you and your brethren. I feared as much, which is why I asked Sister Yellerel to permit me to speak. We know that we are a young race, so we may fall short. Please allow us to receive guidance, as other Ivalans do. That is all very well, but how many other orcs are interested in Ivala? I must admit, not many. This is a ruse. They're showing us a few well-trained succubi and orcs to trick us into accepting hordes of others. That may be an extreme statement, but I believe the core of it is true. How well do you think orc kind will live up to your ideals? Few now, but that will change. Simon has developed new research that permits us to explore our potential with greater diversity. And even in our worst years, orcs have always had embers of potential. I would like to call someone else to speak. That's fair to say. On my side, I would agree if I was religious, I believe, but that is blasphemy. Just be aware that is blasphemy. But yes, very fair consideration. But it is blasphemous to say that. Just be aware of that. I hate Discord. Yeah, that's fair, Kirby. Hello. But this time, wait, Discord did give the alert came out. So this time it's on you, I think. And even in our worst years, orcs have always had embers of potential. I would like to call someone else to speak. That's fair to say. You need to understand, blasphemy is a specific thing in... Like, going against the doctrine as written is blasphemous. There are many ways to be a blasphemer. That does not mean in any way or have any correlation with being a good or bad person. That is a completely separate thing. Secondary speakers calling tertiary speakers is getting out of hand. But they've all been enlightening, have they not? I fear that we are allowing outside forces to seize control of the Synod's proceedings, but... Very well, call your speaker. I'm sure that I missed some exciting 40 minutes of politicking. No, you missed 30 minutes of me doing Game Doll, and then complaining about there not being a good Realm of the Mad God sequel, and then watching like 3 trailers in my wishlist. Yeah, that's fair. Like, my argument is specifically for the Catholic and Protestant faith, because when people say they're Christian, you say religious, which is not the same as Christian. I do appreciate the distinction, but if someone says they're Christian, that tends to mean they follow a specific denomination, and in that case, that would be blasphemy. If you're religious, but you have your own conception of what that means, then blasphemy is whatever you define it to be. But if you're talking to someone else who's Christian, then what you're saying, would count as blasphemy according to their set of rules, which is fine. I think most people are blasphemous in one way or another. I love when somebody says they're Christian and don't know if they mean Protestant or Catholic. Yeah, that's fine. Let people be what they want to be. I'm gonna drop the subject because I don't think there's anything useful to say on it more than this, but yeah. It's more of a... It's very hard to avoid being blasphemous if you're arguing anything religious at all. Which is why it's so fun to point out, because a lot of people are... what's it called? A lot of people get angry when you call them blasphemers, but it's very hard to make specific arguments without going into that territory. You have to be very strict with how you phrase things and what concepts you are debating. Good. Please, welcome another Orcrus. Much to say to you. Grubak? No, Orciant, okay. You know, this might be the best orc they could ever send in to argue anything. This guy is better at arguing than our entire party. High Priestesses, I do not come before you today as a committed Ivalen, but I hope that you will listen to my story. If only I remember the intro to Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, so I could start singing that. Yay for Talkie Orc! Glad he made a difference, but I didn't know he was speaking at all. I may have had something to do with arranging that. We can always count on Orcian, but I was deeply impressed by how well he targeted his audience without lying. That was my thought. Orcian knows how humans and priestesses think, much more than our other speakers. Oh, I'm even hornier now. What? How? Serious philosophical discussions make me think about Simon, and Simon makes me think about... Yayness! Andrea wants to speak. Should we allow? No, not with the situation this delicate. Okay. In that case, this feels like confirmation that dissuading Yellarel from calling Andrea was the right call. Has to be yes, right? When the issue is specifically if us speaking works against our point because we're seen as a threat. But I'm gonna say yes, and if the result is bad, we just reload the save. What? Okay, so the top one won't do anything, I believe. I don't see how this could do anything. Anna is a garbage option. Kirani I could see. Nabif is way more level-headed and a bit afraid of the... It'd argue hard for Nabif's support. So we're trying to turn someone to support us. Nabif is the one from New Javini. But I think Kirani already doesn't give a shit and would support it in a heartbeat if everyone else did. Whereas Nabif is way more in the middle. Like it or not, Sakubai are already trying to join the Ivalen Church. The question now is whether we break apart or unify. Yeah, Nabif is the older lady. This is all very heavy. I feel as though I need time alone to try to discern Ivala's voice. Yes, perhaps we could all use a break. We will reconvene to make our decision after a short rest. Crafting an argument for a specific person? Yes. What do you have to say on that? Did you hear the Succubus band last night? Such a charming performance. Actually, we supported them so they could tour further. Well, I certainly enjoyed listening to them. We were hoping to talk to you about the upcoming vote. Yes, it's certainly a momentous decision. I don't feel equal to the task given to me. I would ask you not to try to sway my decision. I must vote my conscience. I understand, but will you at least share your thoughts? In the end, I must do what is best for the church, even if it may seem strange. Please leave me to my okay, so you're fucking useless. That feels like I feel like that was the wrong thing to do. Sister Anna, are you really so certain of yourself? If the Succubi wish to enter Ivala's light, they must repent and change themselves. Letting them in like this would be a travesty. I suppose we have nothing to talk about. You would never get Anna support. Well, you've taken this side note to a point I never believed would be possible. Are you pleased with yourself? I'll be happy once we've established peace for all sides. Of course, how altruistic. Have you decided how you'll vote, Sister Esmera? Honestly, I can make it work for me either way, but I'm leaning toward voting against the proposal. The Succubi are not asking for so much, and you've been a decent ally. You want me to support them? Most likely, though the situation is delicate. Let me know what you decide. I'm willing to cooperate on this. Let's think about this. Patricia would vote yes. Let's do inventory before we make a decision. You look troubled, Patricia. Is everything alright? I'm merely thinking about the upcoming decision, which I fear will be divisive no matter what. Divisive. Have you decided how you'll vote? Unfortunately, as much as I like Yellerel personally, I believe she's attempting too much too fast. Fucking hell. Other Succubi are attempting even more, however. You rather have an overambitious movement or complete chaos? I would like to listen to your reason, but I'm a bit troubled by how easily you manipulate. I know you have true beliefs and principles, but it troubles me to hear you saying anything you think will be effective. Okay, I think that we got negative points, I'm pretty sure, by speaking and trying to manipulate Nabif earlier. Ivala may be able to use you for the good of the world, but I would like to keep my own counsel. Okay. Cumdom knows this is not the best time, because everything is all serious, but Cumdom has been doing a thinking. We're waiting anyway, so I have plenty of time. What's on your mind? Cumdom likes Not Lady, even though Not Lady is a bit scary, and so Cumdom wants to heal Not Lady, but it is hard because of the sexy sparklies. But Cumdom has been seeing lots of tricky things lately, and so has been doing many thinkings, and maybe Cumdom has a solution. Are you seriously suggesting what I think you are? Cumdom doesn't know, but Cumdom will try. It worked. The magic actually has an effect. Yayness! This is remarkable, Cum. I had sworn it was sexual magic, which usually feels like nothing to me, yet it had none of the sexual aspects. Usually Cumdom thinks sexy thoughts, but this time Cumdom just thought about giving hugs to Not Lady. We've done it. We've unlocked platonic sexual healing. But it was very hard. That sounds easy, but Cumdom has to do many tricky things. No, that sounds plenty difficult. Non-sexual sexual magic? Yes, this is astonishing. Only Simon has been able to do anything similar, and that was under special circumstances. Yep. Watching the Simon was very helpful. Cumdom can only do kisses though. Other healings are still too hard. Makes sense. That's still very useful. Thank you, Cum. Hugs and kisses for Not Lady. It's troubling. I feel that Ivala must love Succubi as she does her other children, but I have no certainty on this issue. I think you're admirably open-minded about this. Not long ago, Aram was at war with Succubi. Aram goes to war against many groups. I love my country, but it has flaws. But to allow so many new churches into our community, with so many new ideas, what if we fall from Ivala's path? I don't think you can fall far with such good intentions. Hello, above average gaming. You know... What do you mean it's him? Are you... Hello? I don't know. Now I feel like an asshole for not knowing who you are. Would you prefer her or they? I don't know who the above average gaming is, so now I feel like I should. In any case, hello. What? I gotta check. What's my Twitch description? Didn't I put it as like above average gamer? Or like exceptionally skilled gamer? A gamer of distinctly indistinct variety. Okay, I've edited it at some point. I'm a gamer of the distinctly indistinct variety. Yeah, it used to be Bot Watcher. Oh yeah. You're the one I chatted with not long ago. Yeah. That makes sense. You're the one who just caught up, and we talked about demon roots and stuff, right? Let me double check. Correct. Nice. Good to know. Demon roots enjoyer. If only that was true. In the end, I'm afraid Yellerel is simply asking for too much. We may end up following our own desires instead of Ivala's will. You can't be persuaded to change your mind? Can I see log? Okay, that is log. Good to know. I feel like everyone is saying that we've asked for too much. So what we should do is we should do mild next time. We should reload the save and do mild. Well, I'm gonna see how this comes out first. So it comes down to a vote in a short time. I'm struggling to retain my calm. What do you think is likely to happen? With the vote itself, it's hard to say. Too many people are on the fence. You can count on 1 vote from me, but you'd need 3 more. I can help a small bit. Don't need any help. I'd rather argue about the decisions myself and Savescum before like getting to where I want to be. I don't want to get like the correct solution if I've already dropped the guide. The bigger problem is that regardless of what way the vote goes, it's going to trigger more discussion. Yes, I was afraid of that. What are the chances that someone refuses to accept the decision and walks? It depends. If the new denomination is accepted, then I think we'll stay together if Anna doesn't walk. But she definitely pushed for harsher treatment of them. That's right, accepting the new denomination doesn't mean embracing it fully. And if Yellerel's proposal is rejected, that would be bad. Either the Ival and Succubi will be forced out of all official church groups, or will split over the issue. It's difficult. My inclination is to vote in support, but voting against might be better in the end. You mean, if schism is inevitable, better to avoid compromises? It's very difficult to judge such choices. Tell me what you think is best. So many different outcomes. Don't you dare get a sad one if you go blind. No, we're gonna save scum until we get something I'm happy with. But I wonder what compromise we'd have to make. Could separation be better? We'll see what options are available to us. This is one of those times you do everything you can and leave it in Vala's hands. Okay, so she's already with us. I'll be voting against accepting the Ival and Succubi. And you've predicted me well. Are you concerned they could split the church? Among other things. Rejecting them is an extreme measure as well, though. At minimum it would create a schism between the Succubi and others. You're too old for such games, Simon. You told me how much this means to you before. My position is not unflexible. So here's my proposal. I will vote in favor of accepting the Succubi, but that is the last. I will support no more of your manipulation. We'll need a bit of time to consider our situation. No, you've had enough time to scheme. Decide now or not at all. I mean... what could we possibly... I mean, you can... the issue is that if you already played the game and you have a result you want me to get, it's not as fun as if you're trying to argue with me from the same type of ignorance that I have right now. Preferably you hold this till later. Don't say that! Motherfucker! That's what I'm saying! Wait 1 second and let me elaborate! The thing is, I want to make the decisions, and it's way more fun if the people that don't know anything argue with me from a position of ignorance than when someone who's played it and has a end goal they don't want to go, they want to go, like, towards that. Oh my god. As a not knower, you can say stuff like that. I think we should hold it. But if you know, especially the way you phrase that, it's like, now I feel like I have to, now I have to hold this because you've given me the meta knowledge, you know? It's way less fun than working from a position of ignorance, because now the framing changes to, I get that, Genmelas, but let me elaborate on my point. When you use foreknowledge to say something like that, the framing changes from should I do this, do nothing, or request vote change, to can I get this through without requesting a vote change? Like, now that becomes the thing. Like, I say no, and then I see if I can get it through anyway. And if I can't, then it's fucked and we reload the save, you know, until we get it. But yeah, that sucks. Please leave me to my prayers. I won't get all free for sure. Okay, let's switch you to... Let's just see how this plays out. All of us have taken time to pray. Do we really need an extended discussion? I don't believe that we do. I vote in favor of the proposal. 1 for, 1 against. 1 again, 2 against. Abstain. Ooh, 2-2. I admit, I feel out of my depth in this. The theological precedent do not properly cover such a change. But if you desire my opinion, I believe we should not welcome Yvonne and Succubi at this time. 3-3. When it comes down to me, I vote against. Okay, so if we what's it called? If we told her to change, we would have changed. You can continue? Yes, but I want to reload. Germelas, I've told you this. I am going to Savescum. And I am going to Savescum until I get this through. It's not a bad result. I don't care! Now you're doing the same thing. I know what I want here. Didn't I have a save right before? Let's see. Didn't we? What? How far back am I? I definitely did make a save. Oh, that's the wrong button. I definitely did make a save. Oh, I probably put it on the... This is right... I wish I organized my saves better. Let's see. There it is. Yeah. Okay, this is the one. Okay, so I have this save. That's what I need to know. I'm not gonna go back all the way here yet. We're gonna head and oh, that's yeah. We're gonna see if anything changes if I don't try to what's it called? Jump in with my own opinion. I'm afraid any progress I make would also harm other efforts. I'll stay silent. Okay, Bertricia, do you have a different opinion now? Too much too fast. See? Look at this! That shit's crazy! Support Succubus' proposal. I believe it would be best for both the Succubi and the Evolved Church to work together. Why? Because she said, the first time we talked to her, she said that she's wary of my ability to manipulate. Like, we came in and we tried to manipulate Nabitha. And she didn't like that at all. I must do his best. Yeah, okay. I hate checks like this. I love checks like this. I don't know. Maybe you mean love. Okay. I mean, current vote. Have we done enough to prepare? Yes, I've talked to everyone, right? Correct. Let's see how it goes. I don't believe that we do. I vote in favor. 1 in favor, 1 against. 2 against. 2 for. I'm in favor welcoming Eval and Succubi. I'm in favor. Wait, so that's... Yeah, nice. Do we even need... What happens if you get free? Do we know what happens when we get free? Is there a tiebreaker of some sort? And the matter is decided. Hester decides. She went no last time. You're right. So we do need a 4-2. Makes sense. You aren't going to give your opinion, Sister Hester? Decision that matters has been made. Please count the priestesses. Yeah, there's 7 of them. Oh yeah, I did go free last time. You're right. I'm stupid. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Can we go back like 5 minutes in the VOD and just cut this out and pretend I never said anything? You know what? I just came back from the gym and I'm already getting hungry. I'm gonna get some sushi. I deserve some fucking sushi. So we're gonna chill with some sushi while I play this. No, I did not spend the Hester vote manipulation. What we did was we spent even less than last time, which is crazy, by the way. We spent nothing on this. No, I don't want 2 rolls of sushi. Or rolls, 2 plates of sushi. That's too much. Optimized runs are optimized. Well, the fact that you can fuck up by spending more resources is really cool. It makes it way more interesting than if it's just a binary, hey, do you want to use your resource now? You actually got to think about when it would be good for you to butt in and say stuff. Because, you know, it can backfire, which is cool. Cool. I have ordered sushi for myself. It's also food that's easy to eat while I stream. We had the whole game to learn this? Correct. I feel like you're... I don't know. The way you phrase things sounds oddly like... Antagonistic isn't the term I want to use. There's a less, like, negatively coded word, but... Not the debating, or judgmental, I guess? Also who to influence. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered if you tried talking to Pious bitch. Yeah, that's fair. Sorry, don't mean it like that. That's good. I wanna make it clear that, like, yeah, cares a negative tone. Exactly. Thank you. If you don't mean it, it's fine. I might double check every now and then if I think I'm being, like, talked down to, but you don't have to worry about it in general, as long as you clarify whether you mean it or not. So I know whether to argue or not, because you're right. You're right that we've had the whole game to learn this, but yeah, you know, you're not stupid. You know what I'm trying to say. Speak hard. The decision that matters has been made. The synod is spoken. We will accept Eval and Succubi. I'm glad you aren't all completely taken in then. Okay, Niklas. Fuck you then. Stop arguing with me, okay? You are dumb. SMH, man. Mira Bomber, Niklas. I put tent in dumb place. I love the fucking... Oh, it's so good. The fucking orc. That's still like one of my favorite jokes in the entire series. Or entire game. Fun fact. when I got to that point in the game, that's when I started selling people on the game. I got 4 people to play the Last Sovereign because I sent them screenshots of various pieces of dialogue I'd screenshotted. And the one I started every conversation with was that stupid joke. Every time. I also sent the fucking, when I ignored that evidence, the conclusion became clear. We will need to take the rest of today to determine what this means, but for now, we will take a moment to reflect. I'm not even sure what to think of this decision. Will we be forced to make too many compromises? It's too early to have a final opinion yet. Much will be decided in the remaining discussions. Yeah. I went from world-destroying abomination to potential dildo frustratingly quickly. Obviously spoilers. Yeah, I am in the TLS quote, like, Fred. And I haven't seen spoilers for, like, further than I've gotten. But yeah, I am in there, because there's so much good stuff. 3 with Hester, 12, 10, 4, okay. Can I save? Nope. Oh, I can save. I mean, if the shirt has been willing to stretch this far, I think we should see how much more we can gain. I would go all in here, right? Let's see if we can't talk to anyone. There's no one else to talk to. Oh yeah, there's Yellerel. I can't believe it. We're actually part of the Church of Ivala now. Yes, congratulations. This was no easy task. Now, I can't help but think of all the reforms we can make. I'm sure with a few concessions, our ranks will swell with succubi. I would be careful. You're still somewhat dependent on the authorities of the church. Yes, I'm afraid they'll only allow you if you try to suppress as much of your succubus identity as possible. Esmera is the person to say. Ah, that isn't what I wanted, but I knew they wouldn't exactly welcome us. It might not be impossible. I think we should try to see how much the church can accept. I'll do everything I can, and I'll depend on you for the rest. Of course, this will significantly change how the church operates in the future, so it deserves our full attention. There's so much that points to us having to go all in here. What I'll do before I go all in is I'm happy I saved this. This is guest chambers, right? No, not guest chambers. What was it? This one. Review tomorrow's issues. On the second day we have 3 serious issues. Anna wants to excommunicate all Ivolan churches. Yes, I might want to make the sign of formal. Unify the church across all nations. Finally, she will be adopting the official stance. Yes. But these are all that day. I can't see what's gonna be talked about on the final 2 days, or like on the not final 2, on the next couple days. Okay, I thought maybe I could get a better overview on everything that's gonna be said in future dialogue or like future issues. But in that case, we're gonna make a save here at 88, and then we're gonna go all in. Alright, I'll do my best. Yeah, they did say random stuff in the final couple days, for sure. But I want to know how much I want to use for stuff. Okay, they're still voting part time. And I did talk to you, there's nothing else here. Yep. Do everything I can to get them to accept the succubi. See if that backfires. I hope everyone is well rested, because this discussion is likely to grow both strange and complex. If we are to have succubus evolens among us... Among us? Anyone got the Among Us soundboard? What degree of freedom will they be allowed? Need we start from that point? I think we should begin with welcoming those who wish to join our church. Saucy. Don't be naive. They're going to attempt to push through all kinds of heresies. I'm sad to say this. theology often follows actual practice instead of dictating it. I look forward to engaging with succubi theologically, but perhaps our first concern should be simple ground rules. If we are to do that, would it not be better to include Yellarel and that nice orc lad in this discussion? Absolutely not. What degree of authority they will be given should be one of the topics of discussion as well. This is gonna be a long day. Yeah, Nabith is one of my... she's my favorite high priestess outside of Sarai, I think. I do have a soft spot for Karani, but only the sign. I don't know anything about her personality at all. I might even dislike it slightly so far. The synod is now ready to hear arguments from outsiders. Simon, I believe the research we've done on elemental purity could be very useful here. You know, sometimes following the guide can be very helpful. You have something prepared? I'd like to address the synod, but it will take a bit of doing. Of course. Go for it. Another succubus? So many of them being brought before us. Not just a succubus, a dangerous mage who worked under the Incubus Emperor. As soon as Simon and the Doom King offered me a chance to escape, I did so. But as it happens, I'm here today in my capacity as a mage, not a succubus. Well, wouldn't you know it, Gelmelas? Now the timelines start to diverge. I believe most here know that purity is a slippery concept, but there are definitions that can be magically measured. It had consequences. Hopefully it means everyone got more depraved, and you got more sex as a result. Why are they surprised that you're bringing a lot of succubi to the discussion about their right to exist? You know, I think you could probably say something about privilege to that, right? It's like a boardroom of like men that are CEOs of companies talking about how we need more women represented in the companies. But the entire board is men. There's not a single woman there. Sort of the same deal. They're like, why are we bringing in women to speak? Right, that's how we kept out your kind all these years. Fucking your kind. We just simply did the compromise, true. To a degree, but I've always felt that many separate elements were conflated into a single concept of purity. If I anticipate you correctly, you're claiming something rather significant. Present proof before more rhetoric. Very well. Now, all of you, use whatever spells or forms of analysis on me that you'd like. I'm imagining one of them throws a fucking fireball at her. Use whatever spells or forms of analysis on me that you'd like. Whatever spells. Fucking hits her with a fucking like magma orb to the face. A meteor falls down from heaven. Hester just fucking nukes her to the ground. Well, it was an invitation. You can't even blame her. It was an invitation. What? You're not a succubus? Of course she is, but she's done something to herself to change how she appears. I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball. Exactly. Rather, I've cleared out certain forms of magical residue that are commonly considered inevitable results of sexual magic. You feel so pure. Have you really preserved yourself sexually? Kirani, how naive are you? Heh. You're missing the point. Many of our spells are looking at the wrong things. You know... I just had a very ominous, very threatening thought. You know when they say a sentence that you associate with a different media? Now I'm tying Hester together with Adult Boo. This was the fucking the least loud dialogue ever. The least loud dialogue ever.
You're missing the point.
Can I get this in real, like I can hear it?
You're missing the point. Huh?
Huh? It's great because he's like really angry and screamy the entire time, and then he all of a sudden goes completely not quiet, but he just goes, "You're missing the point" instead, and it's so much more threatening. It's great. The only thing you need to know about Dragon Ball is the stereo saying clip. That's the only required viewing. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Many of our spells are looking at the wrong things. You could have used this to infiltrate the church, but you showed us now. A gesture of goodwill. I get 3 to 4 hours a day to relax, and you could use 3 to 4 hours on Dragon Ball. Every single day of your life. You know, that's a rookie, like, that's a rookie lifestyle you're living there. You could be doing what this guy did. This guy watched all of One Piece in one sitting.
Till the open officially.
He didn't get. He was like, I can't leave the recording thing, and then he had people like deliver him food, and then he cooked it in the. He cooked it while the like ending of an episode played, and he didn't get. He wasn't allowed to pause episodes, so he. Yeah, he got to sleep. So basically, he slept in the sofa, and he got to pause, like, stop for the day when he went to bed. But he wasn't allowed to leave this part. So, you know, you could just do that. Why not? So it wasn't a single sitting? No, but it was a... He didn't leave the house a single time, you know? I feel like that counts as a sitting, by some definition. There's so much other content. You know, I think curating your content is the worst thing ever, and we should all mindlessly consume whatever slop is served in front of us. Like, I think TikTok and Instagram and YouTube Shorts were the best thing to happen to humanity. Because, really, who has the time to decide what you want to watch? And what content you want to consume. Like, imagine picking up a book and reading it. Just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Just let the algorithm decide. So much more efficient, bro. An invitation for us to collaborate more. I'm expert on only one side of this equation, so we might be able to do even more together. Reading is still one of my favorite pastimes. Same! You might be able to tell, given that I only play games on stream that require me to read a metric fuckton. Why would we ever help you deceive our spells? No, she could help us create better spells with fewer false positives. Could this research be used to heal those afflicted in the wars as well? It unquestionably could, though we haven't fully explored that application yet. This is quite advanced fundamental research. How did you discover it? I can't read, so Pip reads for me. You know, that tracks. You never did read much in Super Smash Bros. Melee. You always did just throw bombs. Honestly, carpet bombing is a viable tactic, so I can't blame you. I've lived a long life and explored this subject very deeply, but the breakthrough took collaboration with non-succubi. So this is quite an advance. What do you want in exchange? Please just consider that it might benefit everyone more to accept succubus nature than to suppress it. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. You've certainly given me a lot to think about. I don't like to see... I really don't like to see Hester... Like, Anna, I get. Also, Kirani... This to me reads like Kirani's gonna lean towards supporting Succubi more after this. But Hester and Anna are gonna be the opposition for sure. Last time we spoke, we fucked everything up. What would I even say? The issue is I wish I could see what options are presented to me when I press yes, without pressing yes. I'd say Kirani is just emotional and prone to manipulation. Correct. Kirani is head empty, no thoughts, follow Ivala's will. Which is why I don't necessarily like her that much. She's very fickle in that way. But, God, I really wish I could get what options I have if I press yes here. I'm gonna press yes. I think no might be correct. But I do want to see what options I get. And then if it feels bad, we just go through by saying no. What am I appealing on? I mean, the only one that makes sense is Hester, right? Anna is never gonna budge. The issue is that Hester doesn't trust me. Surely now is when you appeal to Anna. Anna is never going to turn. Anna is so far opposed to me that she will never turn. Patricia, she didn't appreciate being manipulated. It has to be Hester. Nabif, maybe, but the issue is I don't know what we're appealing. To say all that means is that they'll look at me as a stupid manipulator, not that I'm not a manipulator. Two different things. I'm gonna do appeal to Hester. It's the only one that stands out to me as what I would do or like think makes sense here. This continent has experienced 2 wars exasperated by misunderstandings. This is our opportunity to prevent future conflicts. Does anyone else want to make a statement? I'm gonna go back. I hate. She didn't even dine that with a response. The Sakubai have been wonderful neighbors in Ari Hilana. You just need to work a bit more to understand them. The Sakubai are interwoven with us, even investing in our banking system. It would be foolish to try to throw them out now. Keep those Sakubai the hell away from my family! I've fought Sakubai, but after the war, they've actually been allies to everyone in Arkland. Enough. We've heard enough. Now, only we remain. What does everyone think? After everything we've heard, I think we should embrace what the Sakubai have to offer. I still think you're a heretic, Sarai. And I have to admit, I agree with you a bit. If we must have Sakubai in our midst, let's at least take care of them properly. Okay, I never thought in a million years she would say this. I'm not gonna read what you said above average gaming, because I feel like that I saw plus influence, and I feel like that is spoiler territory. It's difficult to see what form that would take, though. Perhaps we need to find a middle ground. Let them become Evolans without giving up everything. Sakubai are here to stay. Let's see how much we can gain from them. I agree. I believe that even vigorous disagreement will only make us stronger as a church. The Sakubai we've met seem quite sincere. Let's welcome them into Ivala's light. What do you think, Hester? It's strange that I can say this without hesitation. I've spent a lifetime fighting Sakubai, seen 2 wars filled with incredible suffering.
And I want to see more. We need more suffering.
I mean, the projection literally tells you those numbers. Yeah, but they don't tell you what they mean, and I feel like the chunk of text you gave me was so big that there was more to it than just the influence. I got paranoid. If you say it's not a spoiler, I'll go back and read it. And yet this late in my life, I find the church welcoming them. Why not? I only have to put up with it for a little longer anyway. Surely you have years of healthy life ahead of you, Sister Hester. Enough to discuss all the details of our decision. Certainly. Alright, that is enough. We can discuss more specific issues on later days of the summit. What's clear is the core of our decision. We will accept Sakubai in the church, and hear their theological perspectives. On top of that, we will adopt a generally open-minded view of new proposals they bring forth. That concludes our business for the day. I don't know about you, but I'm more than ready for a rest. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm exhausted. I don't want to talk about this to anyone outside our group. Yeah, let's head back. This is wonderful. Sakuba have actually been accepted into the church. I agree. I never thought I'd see this in my lifetime. Not to rain on your orgasm, but I mean, it's good, but I feel like they'll only accept the tame version of us. All I gave was the number, not what it does. I don't even remember the exact details. Fair enough, let me go back and read it then. I think it's just a raw +2 influence to whoever you pick, with which one you pick depends on what you want to do. I don't actually remember the optimal choices for most of these. Okay, that's an innocuous comment. That's completely fair. Yeah, I'm paranoid, but that's completely fair. Not to rain on your orgasm. I'm pleased with the results, but you're right, there are more problems incoming. Don't be so down, this is an amazing development. Comdump thinks it is still a happy. Comdump is right, this is the best we could have hoped for. Maybe this is the best we could have hoped for. Good to know. Maybe this will lead to a world where people say Comdump is right more often. Hopefully, it's definitely more than I expected from the church. Truly, I'm glad to see everyone so happy and welcoming. This has been a good day, but draining. Let's get some rest. And as always... What did we do? We went go all in. We talked to the LRL. Good. I'm just gonna see if we can get this without speaking as Simon, if we get the exact same result. I know influencing the people can be useful anyway, to get more influence with them, but... Yeah, okay. Hester doesn't change her opinion. So that's good. We don't need to appeal to Hester specifically. Best we could have hoped for. Okay. The final thing I want to check is doing it to Anna. But before I do that, I actually have food outside. So I gotta go down and grab the food real quick. I'll be back in a second. A minute or two. BRB. Gonna eat some sushi while we stream. Hello. Sorry that took a while. I got stopped in the elevator for something very scary, actually. I walked in the elevator with someone who was going on the floor below me, and they asked me if I'd heard someone screaming, a woman screaming all night, like every night for the past couple days, between like 2 and 4 a.m. And I was like, no, I haven't heard anything like that. But there is a couple living next to me, and I asked which, like, apartment she lived in, and she lives in the apartment right under them, and I live next to them. So now I'm really worried that some shit is going on there. If they've been, like, screaming for and crying for like multiple hours during multiple nights in a row. What the fuck is happening there? Soundproof the walls, not the floors, I think. Yeah, I can't hear them at all. I can't hear them at all. But I said, first of all, I was like, that sounds like borderline. Either you knock on the door, and if they don't say anything, it's like, if it happens again, you'd like police police report it, or you like, yeah, like, you need an explanation for that shit if it happens continuously like that. Like, what the fuck is going on? That sounds really not good. I've talked to them, like, they're my neighbors, right? I've talked to them, and they're both really pleasant people when I meet them outside, but I'm a little spooked by this. So yeah, I got stopped in the elevator and we discussed it for a while. I think next time I see the guy alone, I'm gonna ask him if, or I don't know, it's the issue is that if it's like domestic abuse or something, it's awful to talk to the guy and make it clear that like it's audible to other people. That feels like that would only make him more abusive, right? The worst part is the woman mentioned that this isn't the first time it's happened. It's happened when, like, during the summer as well. And I don't think he had the same girlfriend then, which is really spooky if it's like different people that are crying and screaming at each other during the night. If it's a girl crying, you talk to her first. Yeah, the issue is that they're always together, and she's not registered on the at the apartment. None of her contact details are available from any official resource. I could maybe actually look it up. That would be pretty. I actually don't even, like, she's not listed on the apartment, so I couldn't look it up that way. There's some privacy concerns with the services that would find out that stuff, but maybe it's worth it. In any case, that is really fucking spooky. I don't think I'll ever be in a position where I can talk to her alone, is the issue. Tough spot to navigate. I think what I should do... I don't have to specify that they heard, like, crying and stuff. But that doesn't... He'll know what I'm talking about. Really at a loss of what to do, what the correct move is there. I'll have to think about that on my own time. It's not relevant to the stream right now. I'm just a little bit shook by that revelation. Especially because I was told that this happened during the summer as well. And again, I'm fairly sure that he doesn't have the same partner that he had back then. So So I'm wondering if it's either not from the apartment right, like, above her, and she's hearing from, like, the diagonal apartment, because I know there's a woman with kids, what's it called, living there. But... yeah, I don't know. It's rough. Mm-hmm. Final thing I'm gonna test is what happens if we appeal to Anna. Now, don't worry too much. We're not gonna do this for like every single thing in the game. It's just that this is a specific place with a ton of choices that have far-reaching consequences, which is why I want to map them out. As we all have demonstrated, Succubi and Invalan standards of purity are not so incompatible. Does what she says change at all from that? No. No, her position is exactly the same. We're only gonna save scum a little bit, Copium. No, we're gonna save scum the fuck out of it. It's just, was this taken? Yeah, exactly. That's one thing. There's a lot of these things where I can't, like, I would have to keep playing for ages in order to find. I don't know which save this is, if it's, where I've used the influence or not. I can check that really quick. I should have, oh, that's Sarai. How do I check my own influence? I have to spend. Is it Sarai's influence that I'm spending? It's Sarai's influence I'm spending, right? Yes. Okay, so that was the wrong save, because I was at 19, I should be at 20. Oh, no, because this is 2. Oh, that was the right side, because this uses 2, and then I get 1 back by not speaking during the final. Okay, yeah, no, that's correct. Oh, whatever. We'll do this one final time. I'm so skeptical of using influence on Hester, because I feel like Hester sees through all my bullshit, and is gonna have an adverse reaction if I do anything against her. Which is why I want to focus on Kirani and Esmera. And Nebif. Well, new day, new me. I'm just getting ready for the next day. Give me a bit to get organized, then we can meet in the main building. I miss being able to convey the truth to the other high priestesses. Have strength, Anna. What? Okay, no, this tracks. This is consistent with her worldview. She views herself as, like, a spent whore. Oh my god, I feel so bad for her. The level of self-hatred this character is going through must be fucking insane. They said I'd finally be able to bring my case on the 5th or 6th day. Hopefully things will hold together until then. The mother will hear of this, believe me! They said they'd call on me today. Hopefully I'll be able to help. I want to check, has my influence with Hester anyone changed during the night? Like, have they slept on my... Why is Sarai's influence higher? Why did it go up? Anything new and interesting here? Ardheim may take longer to accept succubi, but the decision made here today will help. Mainly, I'm just grateful this wasn't the site where the church fell apart. I guess that's one of the loose conditions. Don't have to answer that, but I would assume that the church falling apart would be one way that you lose. Or getting the succubi fucking like an inquisition sent against them might also do it. Nah, to say. Sarai is not 98% on board. We haven't fucked her yet, so she doesn't have our, like, relationship points. There's still question mark, question mark, question mark. Maybe she's evil and conspiring against us. No, of course she's with us. I'm so nervous. I have to speak today. Oh, but congrats on the synod accepting the succubi. Is it just me or does she look like a vampire? I don't know what about her design says vampire for me. But something about this screams vampire. Actually, no. Surprisingly, Church Diverge is one of the 3 main branches, but there's not like an extra one where the church fully collapses. The cape is part of it for sure. I think it's the ears combined with the cape that do it for me. Would you trust her? I would not invite her in. I would not invite her into my doorstep. But I would trust her at a safe distance. Thank the goddess your group skipped the evening meal yesterday. You really add to the number of mouths to feed. Well, it can't be that much of an issue. You work year fucking round. We're gonna be here for 7 days. Motherfucker. Good work manipulating the synod to accept the succubi. It's no skin off my back. Hate you, hate you, hate you. Your religion is also an option. Interesting. To be honest, I feel like too much is changing in Serantia these days. But at least some are open to Ivala's teachings. Who was in this room? There was someone in this room and they're gone now. We gotta walk around the outside to make sure we catch if Hester is just fucking at the toilet or something. Thank the Lust Lord for magical sanitation. The High Priestesses have already moved to the central building, though the council is not yet convened. Am I... Okay, this is the shape that my questions that I want spoiler answered are gonna take. I'm gonna stop and clarify beforehand if I want to get spoiled on something. Am I waiting for anything to happen before I go check on Ardford? Or am I just randomly supposed to go back? Or like... Because in my head, I've already gone and done stuff in Ardford. So now I'm waiting for a reason to go back to Ardford. Am I waiting for nothing and I should like go and check every day and then Savescum if there's nothing there? Is essentially what I'm asking. Is that being too you must go check before the game moves forward? Okay, so it's not like I'm supposed to just intuit when I'm supposed to go down there. There'll be something to prompt me. Because I've already been there once. Truthfully, we're probably safer with you here. As much divine power as we have, blah blah blah, yeah. Let's go find Sarai immediately. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, before the synod ends. Yeah, I assume we're going back before the synod ends, for sure. This is shaping up to be like The Gathering again. I'm just wondering if I'm missing some, like I'm supposed to wait for anything that, like, updates. Like, maybe we should check out art for today. Basically, am I missing a bunch of stuff by not going back every day? Does anyone know what the whole Black Soul series is about? Yes, I played both of them. They're fantastic. The game will tell you. Good. Thank you. Black Souls is a retelling. Okay, to say, here's what I'll say. The first game is like a 7 out of 10 RPG Maker game. The second game is like a 10 out of 10. I adore the second game. I'm more mixed on the first game. The first game is good if you take all the DLCs that you get when you either pirate it or buy it into account. But the second game is so far above in vibes and secrets and general design that it's IMO. What I would do is I would play the second game first, and then if you like the second game, you go back and play the first game. Black Souls is really, really weird. So, like, Demon's Roots compared to its predecessor? No, they're... Maybe. I can't say because I haven't played King's Exit. First one is important. I guess... I mean, you set up... Is it? Because the thing is... The vibe... Like, the story, yes. You do get a lot of context from playing the first game. The... Lore-wise important is enough. I've played worse games. Okay, then you should play the first game. Because, yes, the first game is lore-wise very important. It's more the fact that it's a spoof on the Dark Souls feeling of being lost at all times. And, like, piecing it all together is still going to be hard. But you have no shot if you don't play the first game first. But, yeah... I agree. Okay, the more I think about it, you're right, Germelas. You're right. Especially if you get into some of the later stuff in Black Souls 2. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. The one in the hospital, I agree with. I haven't 100%ed it. I've actually, now that it's released on Steam, I did get an impulse to go back and play it with, like, there's a few DLCs and stuff added, I think, since I last played. You haven't played DLCs? I played one DLC. I played all the DLCs in the first game. I haven't played all the DLCs in the second game. I lost my save because my laptop died and I didn't transfer anything. So it is giga rip, and I didn't want to replay it from the start after I'd already, like, gone through so much. But now it's been a couple years, so I feel like I might again. But yeah, Black Souls is not at all similar to this game, for anyone who hasn't played it. It's not similar to this game in the slightest. It is more fucked up than you'd think, and less fucked up than you'd expect. If that, like, when I started the game, I thought it would be more fucked up, but it's still like you get shocked and then you're like, okay, is it gonna keep escalating? And it kind of doesn't, but it's way more interesting than I thought it would be at the start. Ooh, yeah, okay, let me move on. Sorry, I'm eating at the same time, so I don't mind taking periods to discuss side things while I'm eating, because I don't want to, like, read if I get interrupted constantly. I think Black Souls 2 is really funny, because it has the thing that Dark Souls has, where when you've already played it, you route so insanely differently than you would on a fresh playthrough. Like, no one is doing the same things you're doing blind on a fully known route. In Black Souls, especially, because there's I mean, I don't think this is a spoiler to say, and you'll have forgotten it by the time you get to Black Souls 2. There's a covenant in Black Souls 2 that gives you movement speed. Just, like, makes you run faster in the overworld. Anytime I replay that game, I'm getting that shit frame 1. Or playing with cheats, that works too, but, you know, if there's an in-game way to speed it up, why not? Good morning, everyone. I hope you slept well. Speed boost, take that first. Exactly. Exactly. Like a well-fucked rock. Do rocks sleep? I'm still quite elated that the church was willing to accept so much. But that doesn't mean accepting everything, so there's still a great deal of work to do. Yeah, Black Souls is very good. Like, the series is very good. I do get the patch, though, like the porn game patch. I don't know the extent of what's removed in the second one, but I know the first one is, like, hilariously bare without the patch. Will be discussed today. First, we need to discuss what should be done regarding the unpeople. The discussion will no doubt be a contentious one. Not that there are many of us remaining. How do you think the discussion will go? Of course, the primary focus will be on what's best for the unpeople who gave so much to the church. Incoming sarcastic turn involving the word cunt at least once. You know me too well. Well, if it's anything like most games I've tried in the H-game RPG Maker category, that patch is essential. Yeah. It's funny, because back in the day, I thought Black Souls was too fucked up to get any, like, mainstream recognition. But after Fear and Hunger, I feel like it's only, like, one step further. I feel like if you vibed with Fear and Hunger, even though they are conceptually very, very different, and Fear and Hunger is significantly harder than Black Souls, you might vibe with it. Maybe it'll actually become popular. The issue is, again, that it has more porn in it than Fear and Hunger did. Are they working on a Fear and Hunger free, by the way? I don't know if they are, but I would love if they make a Fear and Hunger free. I'd play that blind immediately. I always got a Funger runner to play this game. What? One who posted all the guides. Huh? Sometimes you read things and you just cannot parse them. I don't know what a Funger runner is. Clearly, some will want to increase the number of unpeople simply to increase the church's strength. Okay, I've mostly finished eating now, so there won't be that many interruptions. I have 2 pieces left, but I'm gonna take a small break before I finish them. Fear and Hunger speedrunner. Oh! That makes so much sense. I'm uncultured. You know, there's a Fear and Hunger song I considered adding to the battle theme for this game, just for fun. Ad break going horrendous right now? Great. Maybe I should do preloads, man. If I'm doing a fucked category like this, maybe I should do preload ads. Don't they still run ads if I do preloads, though? I feel like they still run, like, stealth ads. Let me turn it to preload. Fuck it. We can turn it back if I feel like people just don't join the stream. They're less exciting. I think most people that are here, staying here, would prefer to have stream ads instead of the ones that pop in every now and then.
Do you have any idea how good this feels?
Thank you.
44 gifted a tier 1 sub to the above Age Gaming. They have given 11 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Tusay. I appreciate that. But wait, can't I? Enable to have admin automatically schedule video ads. Disabled. Keep pre-roll ads. Oh no, disable it if I run. Enable to run stream display ads. No. Okay, so now tell me if it still runs ads for the rest of the stream or like future streams. Now it should run ads at the very start of the stream, but not any. Twitch does it regardless, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't say it does. So if you get ads while the stream is running now, I'll switch it back so we don't get preloads. But if you don't, then we'll keep it like this for a while. What I was gonna say was, I actually had a really banger remix of Fear and Hunger. I wanted to make the battle theme for this game. That's too loud. This is a really good remix. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry about that. It play. I don't know why the it played at like maximum volume, but it'd be really funny to make this the boss theme. Really puts you in the mood of a boss. I love some drum and bass in my combat themes. I'm sorry to say, it's even worse there. Bro made a lot of Fear and Hunger guides. Sick. I didn't play it with a guide. I like cheated because I watched Sea Dog VA's playthrough of Fear and Hunger before I played myself. I should put a limiter on the game audio or desktop audio. I have a limiter on my microphone, but not the desktop audio. That way it can never go above and peak the microphone. Or not microphone. Then it can never peak the like if the game is loud. It'll be too loud for me, but it won't fuck over your ears. That sounds good. Cool. Perhaps, but your audio works fine normally, so don't go tweaking too much. No. This doesn't affect me talking at all. This only affects the game. I'm putting a limiter at -5, so if it has to be louder than I am now. Like those clips you showed from Dragon Ball earlier was kind of low. Yeah, I agreed. That was just them uploading them low for some reason. Okay, now we're back for real. Let's lock in and play some. I see the potential for this to go very wrong. What do you expect, Sarai? Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what a limiter does, Kirby. Let me read the log. I accidentally skipped through because I forget how to do this on a controller. First, we need to discuss what should be done regarding the unpeople. The discussion will no doubt be a contentious one. The primary focus will be on what's best for the unpeople who gave so much to the church. Clearly, some will want to increase the number of unpeople simply to increase the church's strength. I see the potential for this to go very wrong. What do you expect, Sarai? With Succubi joining the church, I think we actually have a strong position to prevent any abuse. If anything, our concern should be avoiding overreach. Don't let it seem like pro-succubus forces want to exterminate all opposition. That will certainly be a contentious issue, but it probably won't fill the entire day. What happens after that? Second, I understand Grubak from Takkan wants to request church action to restore regions still damaged from the Incubus Emperor's reign. Considering how little help New Javini has received, do you think that's even possible? There are some in the church who feel guilty about that and want to do more, though. I think it's possible. Such a measure might ride on the goodwill generated so far. But the most serious vote was saved for last, whether or not to change the church's standard of purity. Seriously? Such a thing will actually be discussed? The thing is, we waste a fuck ton of time and energy on purity tests. If Succubi are no longer a mortal enemy, is that really necessary? This one isn't impossible. Even the uptightest cunt has to admit standards were simpler before the Incubus Emperor came. Plus, celibacy isn't the best selling point when it comes to recruiting new priestesses. Ooh, does that mean you might be able to... Don't cream your probably non-existent panties already. This wouldn't be a simple matter. You're probably non-existent panties. I think it's not impossible. I'll be under a lot of scrutiny, but this is a new era for the church. So, there's a chance. Another day of difficult issues then. Absolutely. I definitely suggest taking the time to talk to your allies and get your plans in order before we begin. Interesting. I've been waiting for Unsarai for so long. Yup. So, we begin today with the discussion of what should be done with the unpeople. Yes, you have thoughts? I'm stuck, I'm thinking about the, Did we ever test the succubus vote without having Sarai go all in? At the start? Well, whatever. Can she go all in on multiple things? Because we have a bunch of influence with her, right? There's nothing that locks her to only going all in on one thing, right? Or am I tripping? Because I would want to go all in for her to have sex. I want to fuck Sarai. Let me take that back. I want Simon to fuck Sarai. So, if I could, you know, I'd want to save her to be like, no, you must allow me. My Sarai has 20 influence counters. I activate her special ability and consume all 20 counters to destroy celibacy. Fucking card game moment, for sure. Yes, you have thoughts? The issue itself is messy. Even the High Priestesses will need to figure out what exactly they are debating first. But, regardless, my hope is that the entire process is done humanely and with consideration to current unpeople. We've seen that they aren't given the respect they deserve. I am agnostic on the question of if there should be more unpeople in this world. But I'm far from neutral when it comes to the church using them as weapons. That's based, and we need to use these weapons harder than we are now. And there are definitely some who want to use them as a political piece. Simon, I know that it would be easy to compromise on this issue and that we have other priorities. But please, don't let the unpeople be casualties, for my sake, if not because it's the right thing to do. We'll do what we can. If you want to 100% the harem decks for the Steam machine mode, it would be a requirement. I assumed as much. I do. What's it called? I don't think I've locked myself out of any character. I heard that you could lock yourself out of a character, because people in the Last Sovereign Discord will post the most like spoiler shit in the non-spoiler new player chat constantly. So I've definitely seen people be like, oh yeah, you gotta, in chapter 1, you gotta go to the first Incubus King cache, the very first moment, otherwise you lock yourself out of a character. I'm like, what? Fuck do you mean you lock yourself out of a character? From there I put 2 and 2 together. The thing you get from the Incubus cache is a piece of the Incubus King armor or whatever. And as such, that's why I said I wanted to invest or follow the guide for investments for what's it called? For after Goonfall, because I know where to get another piece of the Incubus King armor set or whatever, and I don't want to miss it. That was the final piece of sushi. I think saying there are many bonuses for having her remain celibate is stupid. Don't say stuff like that. I don't need to know consequences. I agree with Genmilas on that. I shouldn't get to know anything about how things play out. I say above average gamer, you gotta okay. I will suggest an arrangement. Anytime you want to post a spoiler or something you think might be a spoiler, average gamer, DM it to Genmilas first. And then Genmilas can clear it. Like Twitch DM. Hey, can I there have been so many more spoiler players since you dropped the guide. There has been, which is going to get on my nerves. Am I a manager now? Yes, you're unpaid moderator. What's my wage?
Do you have any idea how good this feels?
That's your wage.
44 gifted
Or to Tuesday, I guess. That's your wage. Thank you. Thank you, I guess. That's very funny. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's just very, very funny. What I'm saying is I trust you to run the, to say if something is a spoiler or not. I don't trust anyone else in the chat for it. Okay. Just so you know, Taisei, I don't earn enough from Twitch to get the payouts in like a year. So this is gonna sit for a while, but I appreciate it a lot, okay? Just know that you don't have to pay for it. I appreciate it, but you don't have to pay me. It's a matter of OCD, I can respect that. Well, it's time for a vote that really matters to me. Uh-oh. You particularly care about the people? I won't pretend to be any great humanitarian, but it's a shame how they've been treated, and we should do better for them. Specifically, Aram should do better for them. I think people still have a valuable role to play in our world. Never mind, that's fair. I thought you were gonna go the opposite way. As tools, never mind. I get owned by the thank and fuck emote. Owned. Fuck you. You gave me a sub, fuck you. I love the landmines. I love landmining so much. Best part about this Twitch chat. Seeing the chat get owned by emotes constantly. No more than any other servant of Ivala. In any case, this vote matters to me, so it's time for you to hold up your end of the alliance. I knew. It wasn't explicitly stated, but I knew that you would want something on me. So, what is it that you want? The people as a fighting force again, as an institution that I can command. That's very direct. Why play games? But I'm not saying I'd mistreat them or use them as mere tools. In fact, an organized group could do better about cutting down on exploiting the poor to become unpeople. I don't think it'll be as easy as you have in mind. The remaining unpeople are a poor remnant of what they once were. Okay, this feels like we vote with her, and then we get everyone who's under our command to vote against her. And in the absence of a major threat, they will have fewer volunteers. Arguing for such will not be popular with anyone. You think you can convince me out of this? It's one of the main reasons I'm here. Just trying to help you consider the situation clearly. Look, I want you to argue for the creation of more unpeople. That's all there is to it. Can I trust you to hold up your end of the bargain? Okay. I will preface by saying no spoilers. If you know what the results do, don't say shit, okay? Let's lock in. Let's lock in. So, as a rule, I don't want to say no. Because burning bridges is something we've never had to do to succeed. Like I said, I strongly prefer doing a agree and then making sure that all our friends and associates vote against it. The only thing that's interesting is whether to argue for a softer position. The thing is, I don't think we should, because if we get enough people against it, it doesn't matter what her position is. All this does is signal that we don't agree fully. And that we, like we will honor it, but only under duress. Which I don't think helps us. I think that makes us appear weaker as a, partner. So I am going to agree. Are we already at the 100 relationship on Vala? No, but I don't think this'll... Like, Vala, I don't even know if she has a relationship bar. Maybe. Yeah, she does. It was question mark for a little bit, but yeah, we do have a bar with her. But I'm gonna agree here, and then we're gonna do the best we can to sabotage it. Fine, we'll do what we can. Good to hear. Let's see what Val has to say about that. If this doesn't play out and it does pass, I'm gonna go back and argue for a softer position or refuse. But ideally, I would want to get this through, or I would want to strike this down without ending the agreement. Renegating on the deal. On the subject of unpeople, the possibility of reversing the procedure is obviously relevant. We are preparing a presentation for the synod. It would be better to have finished our research, but what we have should convince some. We wanted to ask if you would prefer that we not speak at all. Why not? Because of the possibility that it might increase support. What if they want to create temporary unpeople? I'm glad for your concern, but I don't think that's likely. The procedure is not for the faint of heart. That's fair again, Melas. I respect that. Another case of following the guide leading to, possibly a worse outcome now that I'm off it than if I had made my own decisions from the start and been consistent at working up what I want to accomplish and what I'm willing to throw away. But through the power of Savescumming, we can get the perfect ending for all of us, I believe. That is a relief. We would not want our efforts to lead to any more suffering. But it's still up to you whether or not we should try to convince them. You want me to speak too? I'd be happy to testify. We'd coach you on a few things, but yes, that could be helpful. And I look forward to rubbing their faces in what they did to me. We have different objectives? Yeah. That is the kind of thing it would probably be better to avoid. Aww. Good work, everyone. I'll signal you at the right time if it's possible. Rial and I wish we could do more to help convince the synod. So... we're gonna have to spend an influence on arguing for her position after spending all our influence on arguing against her. I'll be speaking against the creation of more unpeople today. I'm surprised you have opinions on this, Yellarel. I know it is not the same, but we remember this unsuccubi very clearly. I would never say this in the council, but I think it would be better for such magic not to be used. At minimum, not used irresponsibly. We can agree on the latter part of that, at least. I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak with you, Vala. How do you think I should approach this? Strong approach, right? I want everyone to vote against this as hard as possible, so that I can vote for it and we still lose. We need to stop this motion, whatever the cost. Say all you can against it. I'll do my best. If this goes down horribly, then, you know, figure it out. I'm just taking a moment to pray before we meet. I don't want to talk. I might suggest somewhere other than the doorway. We didn't ask you to come intrude on our religious decisions. Leave me be. In my mind, the threat is not large new legions of unpeople, but institutions that create more without the ability to maintain them. We'll see how this goes. And if this goes badly, we'll figure it out. We're getting a late start today, but I hope that means all of you are well rested after yesterday. I believe we are all well, Hester. The first subject was the matter of the unpeople. Indeed, it feels like just yesterday that we voted not to expand their legions. Regardless of whether or not that was the correct choice, in the absence of the Incubus Emperor, there is now less need for them than before. So, what should be done? I don't think that's true at all. Indeed, the unpeople have an essential place in the world that we now know contains multiple Incubus Kings. Not to mention a world in which we allow succubi into our midst. Anna, we decided this matter yesterday. Are we going to argue it again? Actually, it is for that reason I believe we no longer need legions of unpeople. The succubi are no longer our enemies. Let us welcome them among us. Among us? Among us? I'm sure that's what you really think. Surely there's no need for hysterics over this issue. It isn't a matter of life and death any longer. Hysterics? Enough arguing. There'll be a time for that once we have heard everyone speak. High Priestesses, I hope that you all agree I have standing to speak on this issue. Your loyalties may be unusual, but no one can doubt the service you've given the Church. Speak, Vala. I'm proud of the battles I have fought against the Incubus Emperor, and I'm proud to be an unwoman. But we must face facts. Some of us were volunteers, but many were coerced through poverty or loss. And as you should well know from the discoveries in Ardford of just a few years past, the process has been abused as well. On top of that, the few remaining unpeople have been partially abandoned by the Church. So, please, do not make this decision lightly. Do not forget about those who sacrifice, and never forget the costs of what you decide here. Speaking on behalf of your new friends, far from it, in fact, I beseech them and all my other allies to speak against this. Most unpeople cannot be here today, and have few to speak for them. Please honor their lives, or their memories. Yeah, I've heard bad things about the instant replay thing, but in concept it's a good feature. It's a high bar to clear to beat the YouTube implementation of it, though. I'm honored to speak on behalf of our unperson brothers and sisters today. It is true that succubi find unpeople spiritually troubling, but we try to be accepting. However, we request that you are careful with the process. All of us remember the unsuccubi created by the Incubus Emperor. We would happily embrace those unpeople currently existing, including allowing them into our territory, if it would mean reducing the need to create more. I would like to make a small point that the High Priestesses may not have considered. You could replace some unpeople with succubi. Whatever could you mean? You will soon have succubus priestesses. We are quite familiar with sexual magic and equally capable of sensing it. Please use our unique talents to keep the Church pure before going to extreme measures. Whatever your final decision, I ask that you remember and support us in Aram. We are struggling to get by on meager resources. We've had enough of these abominations. Vigilance, yes, but let's not sacrifice any more of us to this war. We promised to. Do we think this one counts as... It has to be reviving, right? I believe that, properly managed, the creation of new people will be good for the world. Of course, what? Wait, what? Should we present our research? Yes. I come to address the Synod today as a theoretical mage who has done work on the subject of both unpeople and unsuccubi. Wait. I wonder if we shouldn't give the research... We'll see. But you're such a young woman. That may be true, but I hope you will consider the evidence I am bringing today regarding the damage done by the process. In conclusion, we all know that war requires some sacrifices. I hope I made clear to you the exact nature of that sacrifice. Okay, good. Good that I thought that this would lead to more positivity for the young people. I'm glad that it didn't. I apologize for prejudging you, as you clearly know your field. I wasn't familiar with your game. But still, I feel as though a woman of your age should not have to be concerned with such heavy things. One would hope they would also not need to choose to have their sexuality seared from them. Heh. I love to imagine Hester as a chaos demon in the corner. Just like a fucking goblin. Heh. Thank you for your time, High Priestesses. No more speakers. I'm quite weary. Should we perhaps call for a recess? No, I believe we have all decided our positions. Let us convene in private and resolve this matter. I can't believe we're still discussing this. Don't you all see how much this could strengthen the church's position? Simon does do heh too, you're not wrong. Wait, I have a new theory. What if Simon and Hester are the same character? What if... Oh my god, that's it. That's it. Anilon, Hester and Simon are all the same character. Oh my god. It was right in front of us all along. Don't you see that we're more concerned with Ivala's will than the church's position? Sisters, let's not fight. We've all had our turn to express what we see of Ivala's will. Esther's just sitting there like Eldritch the Golden Lord. I would love for her to do the Eldritch pose. Holy shit. The aura. We should do the Eldritch pose. Let me bring this up. Do we have the art for it? Yeah. Can I blow this up too? Yeah. Like, she would fucking serve with this pose. She's just sitting in the corner. Oh. With this fucking aura. I love that for Hester. Piss Creek IRL TLS stream when? I don't think I could do this IRL. ... Hester, you've been rather quiet. I'm just very tired. It all becomes rather wearying some days. But no matter, let us all come together to decide this matter. The church needs the unpeople, and not in their present form. I do not think that can possibly be clearer. I'm afraid I cannot agree. We have heard much that should make us reconsider, so 1 for, 1 against. Well, sisters, who else? I've already made my opinion clear. 2 against. It saddens me that we have created so many unpeople, yet leave them mostly to their own devices. I do not believe that creating even more will resolve our problem. 3 against. I believe the world has seen as many unpeople as it needs. I don't like how many succubi we've let in, but we made that decision. This one is just politics. I think our stance is deeply muddy. Do we accept or mistrust the succubi? Well, it'll obviously take us a long time to find Ivala's consensus. Finally, this is what we have decided. The church will keep unpeople as a key part of its forces and make no moves to increase their number. Isn't that ideal? Because if they stop using them, like, people are kind of just thrown by the wayside if they're not part of the forces. I feel like this is a win. I'm happy with this result. Furthermore, we recommit to support those people who have already served the church. Okay, perfect. That's the... Yes, this is the result I was after. I understand the next matter before us will involve magical research. We should give everyone time to prepare. Yeah, I don't feel a need to go back and save scum that. I feel like that gave me exactly what I wanted out of it. We prevented the church from recklessly creating more on people. This is a very good thing. You're so reserved. I want to grab you and do a happy dance. Maybe when we're not so close to all the high priestesses. I'm glad things went in a positive direction, but do you think the promise of aid has any real meaning? I think it does. At minimum, it gives us grounds to object if we're mistreated. I definitely think we lowered her relationship points by voting for it, but I suspect it's more important to keep our promises than one relationship point here and there. They have to know we can accuse them of hypocrisy if they don't start doing a better job. I'm glad to hear the decision has approval from both of you. We're happy for ya. Yeah, you all deserve better. You know what I really felt though? Gratitude for all of you. It was terrible being part of a church that didn't care, but this time I knew you'd all take care of me even if things went wrong. I've always been more concerned about other people, but agreed. We're glad to stand with you. Same here, so long as standing with you doesn't involve direct physical contact. With my primary concern out of the way, our focus turns to issues most important to others. Did that change here? We have 13 with Esmera. Okay. Seems like a lot of influence still. What the fuck are you doing here, Grubak? Oh yeah, no, you wanted to... Yeah, you wanted to talk, that's correct. So, you've come to make a request on behalf of Takan. Indeed I have. So, as much as you have helped, our land is still in poor condition. I think it's very likely you'll get much help from the council. Honestly, no. But the fact that the Synod of High Priestesses heard the request of an Orc nation will have an impact. Bit by bit, will change the perspective of Arkland. We wish you luck, of course. The improvement of Takan benefits us as well, so we'll be supporting you as we can. We'd be grateful for any support you can offer. This would have been unimaginable a generation ago. I wonder what changes I will see in my lifetime. Obviously helping Takan is good. It's just a question of which battles to fight. I could see us all inning on this. Because this one I think the church is primarily opposed to. Like, I feel like out of all the things we've discussed, I feel like this is the one that's gonna have the hardest time passing. We haven't loaded the deck in our favor in the same way we have in the other votes for this one. How many more? We're still on day 3? Day 2? Day 3, right? I want to see how it goes without going all in first. And then we go all in. We ready for the day's second vote? We go all in if we feel like the result isn't the one we want. We have a bit of an unusual case for the next request. Let him in. Gathered High Priestesses, I know you have a great many concerns to discuss, so I will not waste your time. The Incubus Emperor's reign did a great deal of damage to the land, particularly to Takan. We struggle to farm the low-quality soil. Just like I struggle with my feeties getting cold right now. So I gotta get a blanket out for my cold feeties. There we go. We are doing what we can to improve the quality, but our efforts are feeble compared to what the church is capable of. The thing is, even though they don't expect a result, I still think we want a result for them, if that makes sense. Their expectations don't matter, we have plans for them. I think it's day 4 already. Do you count day 0 then? Because the way I'm counting is day 0, day 1, day 2, day 3. Because that's what the guide did. But our efforts are feeble compared to what the church is capable of. If kindness is not enough to move you to action, consider 2 ways in which this is in your self-interest. First, the damage includes a great deal of corruption the church has wanted to remove for some time. Second, the damaged areas leech magic and health away from other parts of Arkland, particularly the Aramite Desert. If you assist us, not only will you be assisting all Arkland, you will potentially reach thousands of orcs who have never considered joining the Evolan Church before. Weak. I think this is a really weak argument, because I don't think they actually want orcs. Thank you for your time. Well, he was certainly well spoken. Is what he said about magic leaching into the area true? Yes, it follows the same principle as water being absorbed by dry soil. But the ones affected are mainly New Javini and the Shall Estates, and part of Aram no one uses. Oh my god, I just had a brain blast. Is this why, or part of the reason why you don't invest in the... according to the guide, of course, why you don't invest in cleaning the water supply, or purifying the, like, water supply in the Shall Estates? Iris has had that investment standing for, like, a full chapter. But it's relevant here as an issue. I wonder if it stops being relevant if you invest in that, or if the corruption is still, you know, there, but not as much of a big deal. If that's the way that's been routed, that's crazy. But the ones affected are mainly New Javini and the Shall Estates, and part of Aram no one uses. Which is exactly why we shouldn't use our resources this way. The church did little to help Aram after the Second Arclentian War. Will we go out of our way to help a bunch of orcs? I think that it would be kind of us to do so, but that doesn't mean we have the resources for such an expenditure. I agree, perhaps it would be worth at least sending some priestesses to check, unless that would be a major expenditure too. Perhaps this issue is less a conflict of ideology and more one of logistics, which would be a welcome relief. I'm certain we have speakers eager to enlighten us on the subject. Shall we show them in? Yes, let's see what they have to say. I've distributed the findings of the mages of New Javini regarding damage done to the entire region forming the 3 new nations. As I believe you will see, the effects on the rest of Arkland is not insignificant. I understand this project would require a significant expenditure of resources, but I believe that it could be worth it. But if we are considering mere economic value, why not focus solely on New Javini? It is providing greater trade to human nations in any case. Well, it's true that you do have that option, but it's a weaker option than it appears because the 3 nations are surprisingly interconnected. An example is the recent reconstructed Javini tunnel system. Through it, magical flows reach all 3 nations and Ardaheim as well. Please consider my words as you make your decisions. Hello. As a recent candidate to the Arden throne, I've witnessed the importance of this issue for myself. Not only has Ardaheim dealt with border issues in the east near Dargelon, I've become aware of issues in the north as well. I can't believe I thought Ardford was in Aram. I thought it was a border state between Yihilin and Aram. I don't know why. It makes no sense in hindsight. I think it's because Farrowholm is in Ardaheim, and Steinford is in Ardaheim. And I thought we would travel to Ardford before we traveled to Yihilin if that was the case. I think I made some connection like that in my head. Serantia hopes that this synod will remember the terrible damage done in past wars as well, if assistance is being granted. Fuck off. No aid for orcs. If they've really changed so much, let them prove it by standing on their own feet. Pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Please bear in mind the damage done to the farmlands in northern Ardaheim, specifically the Fairholm region. I definitely think, I mean, this is where we have the most to say, right? Out of every time we've been prompted to talk like this, I feel like this is the one that makes the most sense. I would pick Esmera here because we fulfilled our part of the deal, and I wonder if our influence with Esmera is so high that we can sway her vote. We're never swaying Anna. Kirani's already like fickle. I think she'll join whatever the majority is, wherever the wind goes. And Nabif, I don't know. Kirani. Esmera was hard against. I think if we convince Esmera, I think there's a good chance Kirani joins. I'm gonna do Esmera because of the deal we made earlier. If that doesn't work, then, you know, we go back. Please consider that the greatest benefactor of this work, after Takan, will be Aram. We've heard a great many facts about this situation. What does everyone think? I think it would be an unquestionable good to assist the new nations in this way. I just want to see if Esmera changes her vote because of that. That's all I want to know. I agree it would be a good thing, and do not mind a small distribution of our resources toward it. I like the idea of helping them, but with Aram still needing so much work, I'm not sure I can afford to send anyone. I'm opposed. We can't afford to give charity to orcs. I still wish more would have been done for Aram, but I've changed my position. We can provide some support. Good. I think we should assist them as much as we can. I found the evidence presented by Eliani particularly convincing. I wouldn't mind offering a little support, but I don't think we can afford much at this time. This seems like a mid result, and we must simply decide on what we can offer. Then it's settled. We will give a limited amount of support to Takan. It's lovely that we could come together and decide something simply for once. I doubt that will happen with the next decision, however. Indeed, let's take a brief break for reflection first. No, I'm gonna double check if I do the same exact thing, but I tell Sarai to go all in. Do we get a better result? Wait, what? We have heard a great many facts about the situation. Oh yeah, we told her to go all in. Not only would it be an unquestionable good to assist the new nations in this way, I'm particularly concerned with this matter myself. We must discuss whether my position would move to these new nations. After all, if so, I would be happy to assist in this effort personally. I agree it would be a good thing, but how many of our resources can we afford to spend on this matter? Okay, Kirby. You're the key to this whole operation. Your opinion is the key to this whole operation. I just want to see if we can get more than limited. If the Sino wants to raise the Incubus Emperor's legacy on the continent, this will be a key step. Aram also needs help to recover. Perhaps we can collaborate on such a project. think we should assist him as much as we can. I found the evidence presented. I'm actually changed my mind to Nabif. Okay. I'm gonna... This is the most extreme case of going through all the options, but at least it's fast. I'm gonna do Kirani again. I just want to figure out to what degree Sarai has an influence on this. The other lady refused again? Correct. But the thing was, Esmera said she'd send a little bit, whereas Kirani was like, we should help and coordinate together. So I feel like Kirani is the better option out of the two. Limited again. You were right. Esmera plus Sarai, not enough to become significant. But Kirani plus Sarai, significant enough. Because Esmera was initially against it, whereas Kirani was somewhere in the middle. She's like, it's a good idea, but I don't know how much we can send, if we can afford to send anything. Which is a much better starting position than Esmera, who's just strictly against it until we pressured the vote, right? I'm happy with this. I'm gonna run with this. Then it is settled. We will significantly increase our support to Takan. It's lovely that we could come together and decide something simply for once. I doubt that will happen with the next decision, however. Indeed, let us take a brief break for reflection first. Hope you're not all too bored by the fact that I save scum. I just really care about what the results are. Comdom has done another thinking, if there is time. What is it? All the big Healy ladies are too serious. Comdom thinks maybe she should make another happy bomb and use it on everybody. Then instead of arguing, there could be hugging and kissing and happiness. For PoE 2 a bit. Is the reveal today? Wait, I need that on in the background. For the drops. It's gonna be interesting when you spend all your influence. Yes, that's the main thing that I'd go back and like redo for. Is if I feel like I run out of influence too fast. Started 52 minutes ago. Perfect. I will join and get the drop. Wait, the watch turn drops. Yes. Ends on December 5th. Perfect. I should do this on Ben's channel. He tends to stream for longer and... Yeah, let me do it on Ben's channel. Cool. Nice. I'm watching on the other monitor with 360p. Hello, Marcus. Does this update make PoE 2 good yet? I don't know. I haven't seen anything about it. Apparently the reveal is happening right now, and I'm just getting a drop, not doing anything else. What I tend to do is I open in a new window. I mute the tab but unmute the stream, because they can't read the Twitch isn't allowed to read the status of the tab, so they can't tell you've muted it, so they think you're still watching. Then instead of arguing, there could be hugging and kissing and happiness. Oh my. Kum, don't cause an international incident by attacking the entire synod with sexual magic. It'd be a sexy international incident though. Sorry Kum, but that isn't an option this time. That's okay. Not Lady said the same thing during the talkings. The talkings confused Comdom, but Not Lady has been helping, and maybe there is a plan. Specifically, the two of us want to demonstrate Kum's new ability. The idea of Succubi doing such magic might appeal to the High Priestesses. Interesting thought. The question is if we want to keep it a secret, or if the Synod might consider it a threat somehow. I like to think they be charmed by Kum's innocence, but if she comes out naked and calling herself Cumdump, Cumdump will let Not Lady do the talkings, so Cumdump does not hurt her head trying to say the right things. Then maybe it will work, if you think it's a good idea, Simon. I'll definitely consider it. Oh my god. So far, Cumdom has only hugged 2 of the big Healy ladies, but maybe one day, Cumdom can hug all of them. It's like a card collecting game. I've acquired standing to speak during the next vote. But I'm uncertain whether or not I should. What is it that you're considering? Obviously, I would like for the church to remove its celibacy requirement. Just as obviously, it would seem suspicious if I demanded that. However, Andra, I feel that the church must consider her when it thinks about its new standards. But he thought she shouldn't speak last time, and I understand how it could go wrong. On top of that, Andra would make for a rather extreme example, not a good choice if we want to smooth things out. Good point. I hope to learn more from you, Sister Karina. So, Simon, weighing everything, do you think it's a good idea to let Andra speak? I'm not sure. Prepare as if she will, but wait for my signal. Okay. I feel like she should, right? As a cautionary tale of what happens when the standards are too high. Like, she's the result of the fucking celibacy requirement and this purity standards, right? If anything, she strengthens the point. If the purity standards do get dropped, I'm going to have so much fun. You're going to be involved with the politicking today, right? That is why we're here. You said it. Glad I won't get any pious bullshit from you. Today we're finally going to overhaul our outdated purity standards. One way or another, hopefully because the synod listens to my proposal. What will that be? Complete reform. Requiring virginity for priestesses is ridiculous. For example, much less the heavier restrictions. Those requirements have limited the rise of a lot of good priestesses, if you catch my meaning. Those are radical reforms. Do you think they'd be accepted? There are a wide variety of arguments against our modern rigid standards, as I think you already know. So yes, we have a shot at making a real difference, and I have a feeling we're on the same side on this one. Tell you what, support me now and I'll support you later in the council. We'll consider it. No need. If you want to make a deal, just argue in my favor during the discussion. Speaking of which, I should be going to prepare. I dislike her so much. I don't know how you can be so reasonable with everyone, Simon. She's certainly a far cry from you or Sarai, but what she's suggesting... That's what we want, right? Then Sarai could fuck people without feeling bad or losing her position. I admit that would be one of the outcomes, and I don't think the harsh purity requirements have served us well. The issue with having the purity stay... And excuse me for being this blunt. The instant we fuck Ivala, it becomes the biggest farce in the world. Like, we're definitely gonna fuck the goddesses at some point in this game. Like, you don't even fucking argue with me, that's going to happen. The instant we fuck Ivala, it's over. The purity is a fucking sham. I admit that would be one of the outcomes, and I don't think the harsh purity requirements have served us well. But I would still feel bad supporting her on her path to power. That can't be good for the future of the church. This one may be difficult to navigate. I'm glad I have you to handle this. You can be as sneaky as Kaskia, but you'll use your powers for good. Also, way sexier. Okay, so we don't want her to get more powerful. Interesting. They're pretty clear about that she represents a threat to us in one way or another, with how that's phrased. Got 1 more influence with Hester. Got 2 more influence with Kirani. Interesting. You're not wrong, Genmelas. Hello? Do you remember me? I'm Herin. I'm a sanctified priestess. You'll be addressing the synod? Yes, so many important decisions have been made, so it feels strange to still be here with my original goal, but yes. What is it you intend to propose? Oh, are you Simon? I knew you were here, but it's different to talk to you in person. I've walked up and talked to you before. You don't seem so bad. I've heard all kinds of awful things, so I was scared to meet you. Simon isn't a fearsome person. Like all of us, he's doing what he can to improve the world. But you want to talk to me about my proposal, huh? If our interests align, we might support you. Oh, okay. What I propose is fairly simple. We keep the same standards of purity, but apply them to fewer priestesses. Effectively increasing the size and prestige of lay priestesses? Exactly. I don't see any reason why we can't have lay priestesses reach the sanctified rank. You know, I could see an argument for not pushing for complete reform now. And instead, like, slow... Because this is the one thing, right? This is their core issue, I feel. And I feel like boiling the frog is a more effective way of changing this than maybe, like, hammering it in immediately and using all our resources on it. I'm more inclined to take Hirin's path than Kaskia's path right now. We'll see. That would be a fairly conservative change, but that will appeal to some. Why propose that? Several reasons. For one, I think trying to change too much at once would be a bit scary. But also, many elven priestesses are unusually vulnerable to sexual magic, and for that reason are targeted. With a simple spell, priestesses can have their purity ruined and their careers ended. Sorry, Sarai, it seems you're saying unfucked then. I think you're saying that in jest, because my reasoning is that I don't think this is gonna be the final nail in the coffin. I don't think we have to kill purity this instant. I think we can probably later in the game continue arguing the point. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want spoilers on that. It's more of an observation I have. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't think it's fair of us to keep applying that standard. But if we allow for more lay priestesses, we can keep our usual standards while being kinder to all priestesses. I'm going to go for the abolish option first, and if that goes horribly, then we go back. We've certainly thought this through. I think that would be a step in the right direction. The thing is, Hirin's route is so much more well thought through. I hope that the High Priestesses accept my words and implement my plan well. Hirin, they don't want you to just propose an idea. This is your chance to prove you can implement it as well. Really? I hadn't thought about it that way at all. Feels like manipulation, though. Don't think about it that way. You want to step up and carry your ideas forward, not just state them. That's a good point, but now I'm kind of uncertain about all this. Sister Karina, I know you've worked with succubi. You think what I'm proposing is what Evala would want? I mean... if I'm going with Hirin, I would want to do more to change standards. I think your heart is in the right place, but I'm not sure if just softening standards would be enough. Others have said the same. Maybe you're right. 90% sure it'd stick to the plan. I think Kaskia is gonna blow up in her face, and it's gonna suck, but I think doing more with her might be a good middle ground. We'll see. This is why we have saves. But I can speak well, yeah. Situation has changed for the last vote today, but perhaps we should speak in private. Okay. Are they considering increasing the standards? Anna wants to, but of course the cunt does. The best she can get is the status quo. No, what's changed is that it won't be a free-form discussion. Instead, we'll be getting 2 proposals from sanctified priestesses who might become more. Here's the thing, actually. Doesn't Kaskia's option make Hirin seem more reasonable in comparison? I think if Kaskia goes first, then Hirin's is more likely to pass. No, what's changed is that it won't be a free-form discussion. Instead, we'll be getting 2 proposals from sanctified priestesses who might become more. Hirin and Kaskia. You probably already encountered them. I'm familiar. They're the likely candidates for promotion. That's right. So their proposals are sort of trials for both of them, as whoever wins will gain a real advantage. Okay, and we don't want Kaskia to win, I feel. Will the synod go entirely with one plan or the other? That'd be just like us, but no, thank fuck. Still, we'll start with one plan or the other and modify from there. One of them will definitely get the credit. What will they be proposing regarding changing the purity standard? I've heard rumors of their thoughts, but I don't know anything for certain. Maybe it'd be better to ask them yourself. We want the silly virginity standards to be removed, right? So Sarai can get laid? That'd be great. What do you want for this, Sarai? What matters most is that we make the decision that's right for the church, not my personal desires. I would polish the altar immediately. That wasn't a no. Anyway, going to sleep. See you next time. Sounds good. We're not we're like halfway through this, I believe, right? I don't know when I'm gonna end. My main issue is that I have to wake up early tomorrow, but I'm not tired yet, unlike yesterday. By this point yesterday, I was really tired. Today I'm not. So, we'll probably keep going until it becomes an issue and I need to go to sleep in order to get enough sleep for tomorrow for work. I can say immediately that I won't be streaming until Tuesday, probably next week. Most likely. Yeah, it's probably Tuesday next week. So we have to choose which policy sounds better and which priestess should receive more favor. Or possibly Sunday morning. Sunday, like 4 hours before today. Like when I started today. Like 2 to 5, maybe. That's the long and short of it, yes. Thank you for taking the time to pray with me, Simon. Please don't forget to polish your altar. Is that a masturbation joke? He has people to take care of that for him now. Though, not lately. I will have to play the next session by ear in terms of how to spend my influence. Ideally, we run out of influence exactly when the council ends, and we're perfectly... We've spent them perfectly. I still think about what you said, and Sister Karina. Pray for me that I can speak well. Here goes nothing. As the day grows later, it is time to begin what will surely be a long discussion. Revision of the Church's purity standards. I cannot believe we are even considering this. How can we lower our standards and flirt with sin? It's quite easy, actually. You start by... How do you flirt with sin, actually? I don't know. I feel like anything you do, they do 10 times more. That simply isn't true, Sister Anna. Our modern standards were adopted not due to theology, but military necessity. Alleged military necessity. I've always been skeptical of how much it avoided compromised priestesses. Okay. Hester's starting out on our side? That's really good. She has a lot of pull in stuff like this. In any case, one option we have available to us would be to simply return to normal standards. Is there any need to do so, however? I'm not seeing the compelling reason. We waste all kinds of resources on excessive testing, for one. Mana, priestess hours, etc. It is also worth considering that some of our requirements make us seem rather old-fashioned, particularly in this new world of succubi and orcs. I would never suggest we bend on matters of doctrine, but it would be foolish to lose followers for reasons unrelated to core teachings of Ivala. Well, clearly the general opinion is against me, but I will not cease to argue for the purity of the church. No one is suggesting we allow drunken trollops to become high priestesses, as much as you'd like to pretend that. I think Trin should become a priestess, a high priestess, or a lay priestess, if you know what I mean. A lay high priestess, even. I think that would be perfect for her character development. But you are suggesting we lower our standards and allow priestesses who have lain with men. Are you suggesting you look down on lay priestesses, Sister Anna? For that matter, do you look down on your parents for creating you? Fucking owned! I knew fucking... the most, like, motherly character out of all of these would be on our side here. Actually really love that argument. That's not what I mean. Don't twist my words. Obviously, we all agree that we should respect all Ivala's gifts. The question is how our organization should reflect that. I'm like self-conscious because I feel like a lot of what's dictating my decision making is memories from doing this last time. So I'm worried that I'm still following the guide. Perhaps we could start with something less contentious. I believe we should lessen the limitations that prevent men from advancing in the church. Why? Rather, I would ask what justification we have for it. Ivala teaches the men and women are equal before her. It was once assumed that women were less susceptible to sexual magic. What? I guess that makes sense. No more gender segregation. What a concept. Yep. I mean... Was that really the reasoning for this? I guess that makes sense. I confess I had entirely overlooked this issue, but you are correct, Sarai. We should build a more equitable priesthood. The people are quite used to priestesses, however. Such things will not change overnight. Why even have the restriction without something like that? You're right. I'm more surprised that it's only that. I thought there would be more to it. I thought they might have proof of it. I'm not so certain we'll have many volunteers. We might, if we get rid of all the requirements for being a priest. We could end up with a world where priests and priestesses live together in sin. You hold so much anger, Sister Anna. You have so much hatred for sexuality. Oh please, you've been a cloistered virgin from childhood. What do you know about such things? Anna, do you have a tragic backstory? Do you get taken advantage of? I believe Ivala called me to a life of me when I accidentally bumped the controller and skip. I believe Ivala called me to a life of celibacy, but there would be nothing wrong with a life where she asked me to marry a godly man. Like Simon. We're getting so off track here. Agreed. Consider what has been said while we invite our two candidates to offer their proposals. Hello, sisters. I'm honored to address the synod. Sister Hirin, why don't you begin? Okay. I will distribute the exact details of my plan for you to read, but I will summarize. In essence, I believe we should soften the requirements for church positions by expanding the role of lay priestesses. The world is changing. When I look at those changes, they seem scary at first, but I feel that if we trust Ivala, we can find the positive side of them. Even if you don't choose my proposal, I hope that I can keep assisting the church, particularly in welcoming lay priestesses. You're all wiser than me, so I won't say too much more. I'll pray we make the right decision. You're too modest. The written proposal is quite thoughtful. Sister Kaskia? On one side, making... It might be backfiring to tell Hirin to do the more extreme proposal, because it's going to be a better middle point, a better centrist option. Whereas I could force a dichotomy by having her be super conservative and Kaskia super progressive. We'll see what happens if I help Hirin. If we get a result that implies we can fuck Sarai at some point in the game, I'll be happy with it. I mean, yeah, of course. Sorry, Kirby, that I can't think of every single consequence. No, just kidding. I just didn't consider the fact that it would be a middle point that where I would still maybe want Kaskia to succeed. I thought that she'd be more extreme than what she was, but I'm not quite happy with the dialogue and what that hinted towards. So I'm not quite happy to vote for Hirin. I thought that she'd be more progressive than that. We'll see, though. Thank you very much, High Priestess Hester. First, I want to say that I have been praying deeply for the synod to make the right decisions. I cannot express enough how right I believe it was to accept the succubi into the church. Sadly, I cannot say that I agree with Hirin's proposal. It's time for us to discard the temporary measures instituted during the war. They're expensive obstacles to the church's message. Instead, we should remove requirements like virginity entirely, open the priesthood to all who follow Vivala. That's all. Thank you for listening. We appreciate your suggestions, sisters. Now, we would hear the words of outsiders regarding these two proposals. Kaskia does feel like a much better speaker, I agree. Hirin wasn't even prepared to, like, push her point through, but I'm like at a crossroads because I want to support Hirin. I think Kalskia is going to be a more bothersome opponent to things further in the game. If Hirin's proposal makes me think we've locked Sarai into being unfuckable for the rest of the game, which I don't want spoilers on, I'll just say that. If that's the end goal I think we reach, then I will go with Kalskia, because that is a bridge I have to cross. I need to see the Sarai romance. She's too goated. Speaking on behalf of all lay priestesses, we would be very grateful to be given more opportunities to serve our church. Do I have anything to say? I feel like this, out of all these issues, is the most church internal politic thing ever. I feel like it would be unwanted of me to speak here. Like, in reality, I would never... If I was in a similar situation, I would never stand up and speak here. I'm gonna go no. I'll be speaking frequently. Best not to overstay our welcome. Our standards have served the church well for many years. Why make unnecessary changes now? Please consider giving more significant roles to lay priestesses. It will help us truly reach the chalice states. You want me to have Andra speak? I lean toward yes. I lean towards yes here. I think I at least want to see what happens, but I think Andrea is going to work as a cautionary tale. And yeah, there's no way they care about our involvement service at all. Hello, Andrea? What are you doing here? After I was tainted by sexual magic, I fell deep into terrible sin. For so long, I could see no way out. I'm still... My purity has been lost forever. This body is good for nothing but sin now. Andra, I beg of you, do not relax the priesthood standards. Even the slightest of sins can corrupt us. Look at me, broken by the slightest of spells, and thus thrown into a wanton lifestyle. This is why we must hold all priestesses to the highest of standards. This is exactly what I want her to do. Andrea, that's enough excitement for now. She's so bad at that I think... We'll see. I'm sorry, maybe this was a mistake. Not at all. Andrea is a walking statement against overly strict standards if I've ever seen one. See? That's exactly what my argument is. Should Kum and I speak? Yes, because I want to see how it goes. Sorry to come before you again so soon. This time I have only a simple demonstration, for which I will require a friend. Hello! There are of course few pairs that are more intrinsically opposed than unpeople and succubi. In addition to repelling them, I am immune to sexual magic, which includes all sexual healing. Until now, my friend here has developed a form of sexual magic that lacks any sexual component. Healings for everyone! Was that just a normal spell? It's known that succubi can use such magic. That wasn't arcane magic. I felt it, and there was no sex in it at all. Just a wonderful sense of peace. Yayness! Voice crack. As you make your decision, please keep in mind that the succubi are also attempting to conform to the church's standards as best they can. Perhaps not directly relevant, but a wonderful demonstration. Thank you. That definitely feels like a good one. I think that is enough guests for the time being. Let us begin our discussion amongst ourselves. Simon, please come over here. We've been keeping an eye on the strange magical readings in Ardford. Unfortunately, they're getting worse. Are demons likely to enter the world? It is improbable, but if they do come through, they will be much stronger than before. They would overwhelm the average guards there. We cannot count on Alan on dealing with them, as he might not act at all. Is there any chance this is bait, either to trap us or to lure us away? I would guess not, but I can't prove that. At minimum, let's inform Tina of the threat. Perhaps we can investigate later. Tonight, perhaps. We'll keep you informed. Yeah, we're definitely doing that. Hit the 100 hours mark. Nice. We'll have our teleportation spells prepared for tonight. Good. So far, Cumdom has only hugged 2 of the big Healy ladies, but maybe one day Cumdom can hug all of them. Five, 6, 4, 13, 12. 0 with Kalskia, 2 with here. Good. Is that just a... Okay, let's see where this goes. A spirited discussion, but we need to conclude it. What do we think, sisters? To be quite honest, I do not think I can discern Ivala's path in this. Both proposals seem potentially fruitful and potentially troublesome. But if Hiram's welcoming approach can lead to non-sexual magic, like that adorable succubus, well, it has at least something to recommend it. I can't get Andra's words out of my mind. I find myself believing that we need Hiram's soft approach now. I can't forget about Andra either. It troubles me to admit, but maybe we need to be more careful of weaker sisters falling so hard into sin. If removing some standards would have kept Andra working for Ivala, perhaps that is better. I feel no such ambivalence. I think Kaskia's approach is what we need. Perhaps she isn't the best choice for church leadership, however. But enough about me. You've been quiet, Hester. Do you have any thoughts, or are you staying neutral with Nabif on this one? I could discern little from the discussion today. The consequences of all paths seem very unclear. But I find myself thinking back to what Riala presented earlier. Sufficiently advanced magic makes a mockery of many of our purity spells. Obviously, the church must still stand for purity, but perhaps it is better to throw out such flawed standards. We've spent quite some time on this issue. Does anyone have anything else to add? Oh my god. This makes me rethink some earlier things. But maybe not. What I want to test is... Okay. I'm really torn here. Okay, I should voice out my inner monologue. I should be a good streamer instead of thinking quietly for myself. It's better to make a fool of myself rather than sit in silence for 45 minutes. So, my main concern again is I do not want to lock myself out of Sarai as a harem partner. I do want the purity requirements for her to fall eventually. Which means I really want to ask, if Hirin gets her way, am I forever locked out of any further decisions that would allow Sarai to, or like lower the purity requirements for Sarai? Like, is this dialogue box the decision maker? Do you really want that answer from me? I'm really torn on it because I would be so disappointed if I kept playing and I couldn't fuck Sarai. Above average gaming, you really have no shill. But actually, no. feel like you just added that afterwards because you realized that you were behind in the VOD or in the stream. You have a bit of delay. Shrug. Okay, let me elucidate my position. How disappointed would I be if I, by the end of this game, still have Sarai with the virginity clause? Very, because she's top 3 characters for me, and I think she'd be happier together with Simon than in her current position, especially the way the church has been going. So, I really, really don't want to lock myself out of it. This exact decision does not lock you in. Okay. That is a good enough answer. You don't have to say anything more. That's a good enough answer. I'm still... Okay, here's the funny part is... We want Hirin to be in a good position, and giving her the advice earlier, I think, raised our influence with her. I kind of want to do this anyway. What I really want to see... Okay, what I really want to see if we can get a middle point between the two. Because I think Kaskia is really, really dumb in saying we need to remove everything immediately. I think that's too extremist. But I think if we do this, I want to check if there is a middle point. Something that is more extreme than Hirin's plan, but not quite as extreme as Kaskia's. So I'm going to click this in order to see if, like, how this develops. Because this is the most interesting option anyway. This is the most interesting one for sure. It seems clear to me that Kaskia is only interested in her own advancement, but that doesn't mean she isn't right. I think we must do what is right and simply keep an eye on her motives. Okay, that's not quite as strong. At that point, I just support Kaskia instead. Be that as it may, we'll deal with that issue when we come to it. So, one last discussion for the day. Let's get started. 4 influence for that is really weird. Then it is decided. We will adopt Kaskia's plan and return to the purity standards from before the war. That is the result I wanted. That is exactly the result I wanted. I still don't like this. We need to discuss the exact details of the implementation at greater length. But on a later day, I hope. We are all rather tired. Kirby, you misread it. It said undermine Kaskia. It said support Kaskia, but undermine Kaskia. I want to support Hirin, but I want Kaskia's proposal to go through. That was undermining Kaskia. I think that's worth the 4. I think for the sanctity of this playthrough, I don't want to save scum that and check the other options. I'll keep playing. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll make a save like 87 or something, and we'll keep playing. And if I run out of influence for something really critical, we'll go back here. But I want to keep going and let this one be locked in for now. And then if eventually we feel like I'm losing out on too much stuff later in the debate because I run out of influence entirely, then we can maybe go back. Please enjoy yourself tonight, sisters. Another small refreshment has been repaired. Prepared, not repaired. Well, this is 99, so let's go to 90. I was at 99 before, so let's load this one. Is this before? Yeah, I should. Great misclick. Great misclick. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is the one we want to save to an earlier one. Nice, okay. We are sanctifying the chambers again. Please enjoy the refreshments provided outside. Esther, are you here? It's dark. Every time it's been dark, you've been here? That's not true, it's only happened once, but still. Interesting. Let's talk to everyone. We're just getting warmed up. There'll be a bigger dance later. Doing my best to dance in a non-sexy way. The priestesses are so nice, let us dance with them. We taught the succubi a traditional Ivalan dance. This is a traditional Ivalan dance, representing Ivala creating the world. Doesn't it bring joy to your heart? Doesn't seem to bring any to yours. You don't really believe in Ivala, do you? I don't even pretend to. Sorry. That's fine. Neither do I. I respect you, Esmera. I really do. I did. Once. I thought I could feel her presence in my heart. It was what made me become a priestess. I don't respect her specifically because she doesn't believe in Vala. I respect her because of the actions she's doing despite not believing in Vala. Just let me make that clear. I thought I could feel her presence in my heart. It was what made me become a priestess. But, bit by bit, I saw the church make mistakes. I saw other priestesses interested only in power and politics. At some point, I lost that feeling. I don't think it was ever real. There's probably no Ivala looking down on us, and nothing after we die. But I remember that I once felt utterly certain of the opposite, and that haunts me. I don't know that I can say anything to help, except we know goddesses exist. I wasn't asking you to. Sometimes listening is enough. I have to say, you got the better deal in terms of atheism. I'd happily take a harem of men over celibacy. Would you stay in the priesthood, because it's what you know? Yes, I've dedicated my life to it, and it's not like I stopped believing in every principle I preach. It grows increasingly tiresome, though. I feel like you're gonna grow into... Estera. The second one. The replacement when she passes away. Sorry, I didn't... Or no, not Estera. Hester. Sorry. You're gonna grow into the second Hester. My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into this. Tomorrow, let's continue our alliance like nothing happened. I still like the dance of creation, even if I don't believe in its message. Isn't the dancing lovely? I wonder if Kairani gets on her nerves because of how like pure she is relative. I'm glad I pushed to change standards toward men in the priesthood. Things may not change entirely in my lifetime, but perhaps one day. A fasten... Oh, I misclicked! That's the issue with the controller. I keep misclicking by tapping into the table. It's on the shoulder button. A fascinating concept. I wish I had begun reading theology more thoroughly at an earlier time. But you're rather well read. Why focus on philosophy and skip theology? I fear my initial reading generated certain biases against theology. I expected catechism rather than deep thought, if you will forgive the presumption. Catechism? A summary or exposition of doctrine and serves as a learning introduction to the sacraments traditionally used in catechism or Christian religious teaching of children and adult converts. Oh, he's saying that he didn't expect a genuine debate. He thought they'd just list the, the points, not engage in the discussion properly. Like a pre-written set of instructions to explain the faith. That makes sense. Only a fool could pretend there is not a great deal of terrible theology in the world. Kara began to change my mind, however, and you have reminded me of my error again. I will peruse more of your works in the future. I hope that you do. I feel that I do my best work through the medium of text, not fumbling direct speech. I'm afraid I have utterly failed to notice any of this alleged fumbling. Flatterer, I do feel more comfortable in this conversation, though, so it's somewhat easier. To be entirely serious, have you considered taking up writing? I would be interested to see what you might write. Truthfully, no. I had not considered that anyone might be interested in such a thing. Brother, you would be the single most respected philosopher in the entirety of the world at the current time. Like, maybe not while you're alive, but you would be the most influential philosopher of the times, for sure. I and many others have been interested in your thoughts. If you could distill them into a book, I think it would have lasting value. Musing is one thing, but I find it slightly daunting to articulate a position in such an irrevocable form as a book. Your concern for the integrity of the written word does you credit, but everyone must start somewhere. After staying silent for so much of the council, it is a pleasure to speak freely with another thoughtful mind. You find such fascinating companions, Simon. I wish they'd gotten the succubi again. Haha, you suck. If all is nothing against relaxing with a drink from time to time, let me know if you want anything. On the topic of drink, I learned a gameplay thing from lurking in the new player chat that blew my mind. You know how it's been said that Simon can outdrink even like Orkent? Like Orkent and Simon can drink a lot, but they like Simon can outdrink like anyone. He can even purge like alcohol. This happened in like chapter 1. Well, he's apparently immune to the downside, the drunk status effect. So all of these, like beer, ale, mead, wine, champagne, that gives you the dog shit, like, drunk effect, including Lustrad, I think, he's immune to. He only gets the positive effect. I didn't know that. That shit's crazy. That might be useful later. Oh, and... Oi, Orkent, don't try and bag the elf priestess. You've already got a missus back home. I'll see? Yeah, I think it's the shard. He was apparently hard to outdrink even before then, but he did purge it with the shard in chapter 1 or 2, I believe. Oh yeah, you're right. We did set Orkent up with someone. We did do that. I forgot. Oh, that was new dialogue. Sorry. I'm supposed to ask for a high priestess to be posted to Sirantia, but I know that won't happen. Yes, I'm afraid you're right. There simply aren't enough Evolans there. At the least, I plan to ask for them to consider adding both candidates. That's also not very likely. Which of them do you support? Based on what I've seen, Kaskia. We need a strong leader, not a naive young one. Oh, I see. You disagree? Well, all I can do is give my thoughts. I will pray on your words, Sister Karina. Yeah, let's undermine Kaskia. I don't know why, but I have something against her for sure. I feel like she will bite us like a fucking snake the instant that she gets power. Yep, to say I remember that. I just forgot who the new lady was. But it's the new lady is the one that we talked religion with both Orkent and Simon, right? The theology lady from way back when. I just gotta make sure I got the right lady. You're just saying it because Kaskia doesn't look cute? Oh, she's that lady? That's adorable. No. I'm asking if she's that lady. I'm asking if she's that lady because I've forgotten which lady it is. I think it's that lady, though. I will pray on your words, Sister Karina. Maybe in the future Sirantia can have more of a seat at the table. Yeah, she did move in. Sorting our books. Tomorrow will apparently be a mix of war and church politics. What a strange mix. So many serious decisions today. I don't even know what to think of the request from Takan. At first I wanted to welcome new people, but after hearing Sister Vala speak, maybe it's better this way. The synod didn't take my proposal, but that's okay. Hopefully we can be welcoming to outsiders this way, too. Goddess, now we have to provide a whole evening feast. I'm glad they saw reason. This should be excellent for me. Die. So, the vote is done. I'm quite pleased we actually received meaningful support. It was good to hear the High Priestess Sarai spoke up for us. Hopefully, she will not turn only to succubi. I will return home before too much time elapses. Yeah, Kara is the person, yes, I'm just not sure if it was her that he got together with, but yes, Kara is the girl. I confess I find playing politics so much wearying, but these decisions are critical to the fate of the world. Yeah, correct. I'm just asking if it's also the woman that Orkin got together with in the base, like earlier this chapter, between one of the tower segments. I forget which one. I confess I find playing politics so much wearying, but these decisions are critical to the fate of the world. Yes, it was? Okay, good. Thank you. If politics weren't a concern at all, what would you do? Curl up with a nice history book, I think, at least for the short term. And long term? Well, given my position in New Javini, that doesn't seem very likely. Perhaps run a small library, publish historical research on the side, occasionally meet with other scholars? That's not impossible. It's encouraging to hear you say that, and a relief to talk to all of you, but perhaps you should stay focused on business for now. I've been told that there will be 2 core issues tomorrow that I might speak on. Action against the fucklord and choosing a new high priestess. I have no idea how to weigh those two, since military and religious concerns are so different, but I only have the influence to go before the synod once. Are you asking for advice? Yours specifically, Simon. I value your opinion and what you want to do in the world. Okay. So High Priestess vote. Do we think we've seen who the candidate would be? I didn't think this would be important. Hope you're streaming late today. I won't, sadly. I can't stream for too much longer. I have to wake up at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. So I can't stream for too long. Okay, we can maybe simplify this a little bit. Actually, I don't know. I'm really torn on this one. Because, like, I don't know what the fuck the church would do in the fucklord confrontation. I mean, obviously, action against the fucklord, I guess they can help support us from here in some way. But on a more... in a similar way, I don't know what influence she has for the High Priestess vote. Okay, the High Priestess stuff. Is it gonna be Hirin or Kaskia? Or is it gonna be someone we don't know? Is the issue. Don't want an answer to that, by the way. Above average. These are all rhetorical questions until I say otherwise. Like, I'll probably start with, like, chat. What is... Let me think. I feel like Doctor Strange looking at every single future, picking out the one future I want to go with. It really depends on how big of a threat we think the fucklord is. If we think we can dominate that fight and win without the support from the church, then it's definitely the High Priestess vote. What is our agenda? Do we even want them to do anything for the fucklord vote? I don't think so, right? The less involved they are, the better for us. Aside from, like, protecting people here in Arkland. We don't want to march in on people or anything, I don't believe. I'm leaning High Priestess here. I am strongly leaning High Priestess. So I'm gonna say High Priestess for now, and this is gonna be another one of those points where we might check both options. The choice of new leadership is certainly a critical one. I've spoken to the two candidates, and I certainly prefer Hirin personally, but do you think she might end up manipulated by others? Kaskia may be less pleasant, but she can obviously hold her own. She can also be counted on to play politics instead of having the well-being of her followers in mind. Whereas Hirin might grow into that. I suppose that's a reasonable expectation. I'll support her in the vote. Thank you, Eliani. Okay, so what we should check is if we pass without her vote. If we pass without her vote, we should do fucklord vote. Interesting. Cool. It's also warm and affirming, and gah, they should just fuck already. They can't because of the conference, though. Believe me, I know. I'll be glad when this council is over and I can return home. I should get at least a little piece. The mother will hear of this. Yeah, empty fucking threats. I actually don't want to save here yet. I'll get confused if it's in the same room after the discussion. We can't rest yet. We need to deal with the Ardford issue. Oh, okay. I was watching the voting today with so much interest. One of these matters is directly relevant to me after all. I'm overjoyed that they actually revoked the core purity requirements. Simon, would you care to celebrate with me? Sorry, but I'll have to decline. Our behavior during this council needs to be beyond reproach. Ugh. I respect that. Indeed, one of the reasons I propositioned you is because you don't enter relationships lightly. Might have backfired on me, but I still respect it. I'd bang you, but I should probably play along. I agree, that's wise. I can hold out until matters are more settled. Okay, so I actually really want to go back then. Because, what's it called? We have the issue of, if we have to do the Arden or Ardford stuff first. Okay, that's a spoiler we can do. Do I have to lock in my decision before I go to Ardford and do that stuff? Or will I get an opportunity to lock it in after the Ardford section? That's a non-story spoiler that's purely mechanical. So I know I can make a save without having to do what I assume is a combat section beforehand. Like, will I get time skipped to tomorrow if I do the Ardford issue? I understand we might lose Sarai as our High Priestess. We'd be sad about that. I think you can't postpone these choices. God damn it. Okay, fair. Fair enough. I thought that maybe we could do Ardford and then come back and do the choice and then rest, but that makes sense. I assume something's gonna happen and we end the day in a cutscene. Okay. I think one choice regarding this vote happens after. Yeah, but not the one I just talked to. Okay. I understand we might lose Sarai as our High Priestess. We'd be sad about that, but Nabith is a reasonable woman. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, then... let's lock in and think, so we can avoid having to do this again. Kaskia versus Hirin, okay? Who will these people vote for? We need a majority. Sarai will vote Hirin, for sure. Bertricia... 50-50, I don't know. Nabif will... I think Nabif votes here in. I'm decently sure about that. I think Hester votes here in. Or Hester won't vote anything. You vote Kaskia. You vote here in. You vote Kaskia. I think we have a majority without the appeal. I think. Maybe. So I'm gonna do fucklord vote. And then we go back here if it turns out that I was wrong. The fucklord is certainly a real threat, and I hope we can do more to prevent him from attacking Arkland again. Anna might vote Herein? Really? Maybe, yeah. Not to mention stopping all the terrible things he's doing in Erosha. I think... Oh yeah, because Kaskia is opposed. Good point, actually. Good point. Not to mention stopping all the terrible things he's doing in Erosha. I wish there was more I could do there. But for now, I will support the idea of working against him in the council tomorrow. It's also war... Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, that makes me fairly confident we have a majority even without Eliani to step in. Have I missed being anywhere? Did I talk to everyone here? I think I did, right? Yeah, I did. But I didn't save, apparently. I went back to an earlier save before I went in here. So good thing I went back here afterwards to confirm. Oh, we need to talk to the most important person. There we go. I doubt that has story significance, but you know. You gotta do what you gotta do. Went in here. Don't think anything we said has changed any dialogue in here, no. I do want to check on the priestesses in here, though. What do people have to say in here? I know the events tonight are meant to refresh us, but what I want most of all is sleep. Please leave me to my thoughts. Sarai, guess what decision today I think was most important? I'm sure your cunt was waterfalling over the negotiation of farmland restoration. You know it. Total slut for farmland restoration over here. Seems to me that exactly what will happen is still unclear. You're correct. There's significant ambiguity, but at least I won't have purity-checking spells up my hoo-ha anymore. Are they really? No. We've removed the purity checks, not the requirement for celibacy, at least not yet, not for high priestesses. But doing it in secret will make it more fun. Simon can totally fuck so no one will know. Look, I'm a bit tired from today. Please let me rest for now. Simon, as we talk about this, I'm actually finding myself rather uncomfortable. I'm sorry if we made you feel that way. If the teasing's getting out of hand, Damn it, I'm already fucking this up. That's not what I meant to say. I counsel women in relationships. You know that? I feel like such a fucking hypocrite. Barely able to talk to a friend. You're my friend before anything else, Sarai. Fuck you, you're not making this easier for me. I don't know your thoughts, but I've actually become uncomfortable myself. Joking about an impossible future is one thing, but with the issue really discussed, too much of my life slides automatically into sex. I don't want to do anything unthinkingly, especially if it would damage an important relationship to me. It's good to know you have misgivings too. If you want to talk, we can. If you want to drop this forever, we can. No, I want to talk. Get some of this out of my head. I joke about fucking and all that, but honestly, I can't undo a lifetime of mental patterns very easily. The idea of being freely sexual sounds appealing, but I don't think I can manage it. When I think about us, it's having a conversation like normal, then coming together slowly and comfortably. So you're not going to be yelling about cunt blasting? You better not be hoping for it. To be honest, I think before anything, I'd like to get to know my own body. I haven't even really masturbated, after all. That would probably be a good idea. Without sexual magic to cheat, pleasure is more about knowing yourself than a partner's skill. Is that so? Honestly, I kind of imagine people's natures took over or something. No, there's a lot of uncertainty and fumbling. Then I'll have to spend a lot of time fumbling with myself, won't I? Really though, I would look forward to my first time with another person being with you. I don't know if anything will ever be possible between us, but if so, I'd be happy to embrace you, Sarai. Okay, I'm torn between thinking that was romantic and wanting to mock you for saying embrace instead of fuck. I didn't want to offend your virgin ears. Even if things never work out between us, I'm glad you're around, Simon. Likewise. That's a sweet conversation. Important as the purity vote was, I'm still thinking about unpeople. It's wonderful that we'll finally begin supporting them for their service. Agreed. This game might be good, chat. No, I disagree. I really don't see what people see with this game, you know? See in this game. Okay, I think I've talked to everyone. So I think the only thing left, unless paranoia checking the toilet as well. What if Hester's in here? No, okay. Well, let's go to Artford then. Get ready, we're going straight to the tower. This place again. Doesn't hurt as much as before though. We absorbed many sparklies while finding scary Simon wife. Yes, as much of an ordeal as that experience was, we're now better able to move in the tower. There should be demons or other tower entities nearby. Let's eliminate them quickly. Is that all we need to do? Keep your eyes open for a disturbance. That's what we need to find to end this. Okay, well let's do this first. Finish the section and see where we end up. The space used to lead somewhere. Do you think it's the tower naturally shifting or... No, it seems likely that Alan wanted to prevent us from speaking to him again. We need to talk further. Can we find a way to him? This sounds look outside. You know I literally pointed that out the first time we were in the tower. This is the music that always plays in the tower. We had this discussion about look outside when we entered the tower in the earlier times. We had the exact same observation, funnily enough. We need to talk further. Can we find a way to him? His location is unknown, but we'll do what we can. What's my team? Okay, it's the good team. Thank God. Corrupt is monsters, yeah. Also, the music is so much louder in these sections. It's crazy how loud the music is in this section. That's fine, though. Weak to fire, maybe? Let's see if I can't get sexual mana going. Nope. I feel like this won't do anything. Let me do Furious Strikes instead. Just lightning. Seeing Yara without SP feels so weird. What do you mean? She has a succubus. That's how they work. Did you have a different setup with her? I have a dildo on her as well. I'm doing what I can. Okay, that's the disturbance, I believe. This is not a long section. You know there is gear with conserve FP, right? Yes, I know. It's just you have infinite mana with sexual mana. Like, Altina has the thing. MP cost reduction. Oh no, conserve SP. Oh, yeah, I have... Oh no, this doesn't conserve SP. Masturbate Plus does... Oh, I'm trolling. I thought this made her start with more SP than XD. Haha. Never mind. I have the wrong thing on her. I thought this made her start with more SP. She really doesn't need the vibrator then, because she has the appreciative harem. The butt plug conserves. Okay. In that case, Riala, let's... He didn't buy it. I don't buy things, okay? I don't spend money on things. Except daggers. I will buy daggers every time, but I don't buy anything else. Wait, this is worse anyway. It's kind of annoying. In that case, I don't see a reason to. Unless I want this on Kum, maybe? I think having it on Kum might be better. I'm never gonna auto-attack with her. Things I really like having the stun on Kum. Like, really, really like it. You know what? I kind of liked the setup I had before. Yeah. Sets us to 100 after any rest. Bruh! That's so good. That's crazy. Okay. One thing I will say is I'm completely fine with spoilers in the sense that if you're like, you missed an enemy. If you say something like that, like you missed an enemy during the zone, I don't mind that at all. This is where the demons are threatening to come through. Should we close it? Or like you missed something in the zone. You don't even have to say enemy, just if you miss something important. This is where the demons are threatening to come through. Should we close it? Yes. Negative 10 stats and that's it? Okay, that's awful. I think you missed an enemy about 50 hours ago. I actually haven't. I know for a fact I haven't missed an enemy. Because my EXP matched the guide until I failed the Fucklord engagement and lost 10k there. I would have been desynced from it harder if I missed an enemy. So I don't think I've ever missed an enemy before. I'm 10k behind what the guide thought is optimal XP. Which is killing everything available at the best opportune time. I have everything in mind, just one moment. Did I take care of it? We didn't resolve the source of the issue, but yes, we dealt with the problem for now. But there are still a great many monsters on nearby islands, drawn by the disturbance. Not to mention more disturbances of lesser severity. I don't know, I think I would rather start other Succubi with 100 SP than Yara. Appreciative how Harem does a lot of the heavy lifting. It depends kind of what fight you're going into. Should we take care of them then, or... Well, that would help Artford. We could spend quite some time resolving the issues, so fighting monsters now would mean less time for the council. Theology before killing! I agree, but let's also stop by to speak with Tina while we're here. Certainly. Give me just a moment to contact her. Let me double check I parsed that correctly. This feels like a final day thing. This feels like a either final day or you do it when there's a day where we don't care about any of the issues that much. So we'll give that a look. We'll use our own judgment on when to come back. A day we don't interact at all. We're gonna interact on every day, I'm pretty sure. It's just a day where I don't give a fuck about the results that much. Certainly. Give me just a moment to contact her. You took care of the demon problem for us? Thank you! You already knew about it? Before he left, Alanon gave me some magical suggestions. I couldn't understand, but I gave them to the royal mages. Using that, we've been monitoring the situation. The demonic realm is rather unstable, but the reasons are unclear. What do you mean when you say Alanon left? Well, technically he's resting in his rooms, as usual, but he went from being active to seeming distant. Oh, he's in the tower. He may be working to address the issue of the demons. I hope so. We've been able to relieve some of the pressure, but it was building up. Without you to help, it might have gone badly. You could have asked us for assistance with this issue. Unfortunately, many Ardens would see relying on outsider help as weak. But since you provided it directly, without drawing attention to yourself, it's probably fine. Can you give us any information you have, both that your mages have discovered and anything Alanon might have mentioned? Of course, I was working through the magical reports myself, so I can even do it without arousing suspicion. If I understand correctly, there's no simple cause. There are elements of both a natural phenomenon and some sort of malicious intent. How strange. We'll continue investigating the matter. In return, I would be happy to assist you in your work at the Council of Goonfall. That may be more important in the long term. I can't be seen as leaning too heavily on the church, but no one would object if I spoke up on one of the coming issues. You can also have one on Kum, Rial, and Alili, sure, but combat mast is used for buffs anyway. Rial as a mage has time to charge, Kum can use it for AoE. Attack buffs. Yar is the only one who only uses SP at all times. That's fair. I have to check how much the sexual mana and haze of sex does. I might buy a butt plug and give it a trial run, you know. See if I like it. Can't be seen as leaning too heavily on the church, but no one would object if I spoke up on one of the coming issues. Well, I've already made the argument that we're gonna get Herein in anyway. So let's do Fucklord vote. Let's do a double Fucklord vote and see how it goes. Given the real threat he has demonstrated, that should be no trouble at all. You have to spend money for this? True. I would... The butt plugs can't be that expensive. I'm sure I can go to the Succubus Tower and get a discount because I own the place. Thank you, Tina. I hope to see you all again before you leave Ardaheim. Well, let's see if our decision was good or bad. Do. If you buy a butt plug, I will be mad but hurt. Well, that sounds like a... Oh, I didn't... Oh, well, whatever. I've already talked to everyone, I hope. I hope? Oh, I'm paranoid. I doubt they've refreshed their dialogue, but you know, maybe. I really doubt they've refreshed their dialogue. Maybe Sarai has had time to think. Did we just... No. I went back to the save I just took. This save is after the fights. I'm going to drink a few more lust draughts, then join the others outside. I understand we might lose Sarai as our High Priestess. We'd be sad about that. Nabif is a reasonable woman. Okay, let's see if we game the system correctly, or if we lose. For once, a day shouldn't be critical for me. It'll be nice to relax a bit. Currently, we're being pushed off to the final days of minor issues, but she says that's okay. If it were up to me, I'd have left, but the mother needs to send a message to all of you. I'd be glad when this council is over and I can return home. I should get at least a little peace. The High Priestess have already moved to the center building. Okay. No Hester outside. Not even in the toilet. Nope. Let's go find Sarai immediately. Good morning. Even though today's issues are perhaps less serious than some, I find myself rather somber. I was hoping that they would be willing to listen about potentially taking action against the Fucklord. Will they? Yes, but you'll be the one presenting the matter. That lets you frame the issue, but limits your ability to influence it. Hopefully we'll have others willing to speak for us, though. That would help, but I'm afraid today will be entirely about the opinions of the High Priestesses. Even the bitchiest of them can't deny that the fucklord is a threat. How much to do about it comes down to them. My opinion on this matter is so settled, there's not much point doing more than stating the basics. But I can try to influence one of the High Priestesses for you. Thank you, Sarai. What else will be discussed today? 2 issues related to priestess positions. First, we'll be choosing between Hirin and Kaskia to see who gets promoted to the newly created Deputy High Priestess role. Hirin, she's cute! Second, we need to decide about the exact placement of all 7 High Priestesses, including me. Does including you imply that some of the others might change as well? Most likely nothing will change, but we have to sit around diddling ourselves to figure out the fucking obvious. There's always a conflict about how Aram and Ardaheim have 2, for example, and they'll both jockey for a 3rd. But the more serious issue is if New Javini, Takan, and the Shall Estates need more than just me. That sounds potentially complex. And incredibly fucking tedious. Have fun with it. But first we need to make sure the right woman is chosen for the new position. And before that, I'll need to present the first issue. I should do some further preparation. I've already prepared some notes for you. Whatever you do, good luck. I'm not looking forward to the last 2 days of issues, let me tell you. The decision today is in Ivala's hands. It's what I try to tell myself, but it's really scary. I don't know if they'll pick me, or if I would be the right decision. Your heart is clearly in the right place, sister. I think you would do well. Thank you for the encouragement, but I suppose you care more about the first vote. I've been reading reports about that awful Incubus King, and it sounds just terrible. We definitely have to do something. Rescue Roche if we have to. I agree it's a serious issue, but I don't know how easy it would be for the Synod to take action. What do you mean? Isn't it the Church's job to stop evil Incubus Kings? That's how the Church has been defined, yes, but there are many other concerns, and many are tired from the decades against the Incubus Emperor. Yeah, let's just dig our heads in the sand and, maybe this will all pass. I believe the Church should come out strongly on this issue, but saying as much might make you seem dangerously naive. Ooh, then maybe I shouldn't speak about it? This feels like a think of yourself first option for sure. This is the first time we've been cautioned against. I say think of yourself first. We've already put 2 fucking supporters on Fucklord. I'ma say think of yourself first, it feels obvious to me. Focus first on making sure the Synod understands your position. Then you'll be given more authority you can use to follow Ivala's will as you see it. I don't know. That seems a bit strange. But thank you for trying to help. I'll think about what you said, Sister Karina. Arkland feels like it has more than enough problems for me. We can't forget about the rest of the world. Today's the day. All my work will come down to this. You expect to be promoted to a higher rank? I'd better, but I suppose you're more concerned about getting the Church to help your master fight the Fucklord. We're interested in Arkland staying safe from the Fucklord. If we promise to help you become the next High Priestess or whatever the rank is called, will you support us in the first vote? And how would I know if you'd actually follow through? I'm afraid I'm going to need to vote my conscience on this one. Can't even set her up for it. Yeah, both are fine. It's more like we've already done 2 options to support the Fucklord. I don't know if we need all 3. To begin today, we need to discuss an issue that is less theological, more practical. To be quite honest, I'm not sure if we should act on this. I have mixed feelings about letting a representative of the Doom King not only speak, but bring an issue before us. But Arkland has indeed been attacked in the past, so I thought we should address the matter. Let him in. Let him in. Thank you for hearing me on this subject. As you all should know, the Incubus Emperor was not the only threat to Arkland or the Church. You're speaking on behalf of one of those threats. I don't believe the Doom King is anywhere near the same category as some of the world's other Incubus Kings. I will admit he has seemed reasonable in Yihilin, but he also seems inactive and unpredictable. Common knowledge is that he claimed Queen Janine as a slave, for example. Who's to say he will not abruptly decide to target someone else? I cannot promise that the Doom King will never turn against us, though I believe he would be limited by myself and the many others under him. Contrast that with the Incubus King known as the Fucklord. He has no subordinates who can limit his power or prevent him from indulging his whims. I mean, technically Sabefa could suck his dick. Maybe that'd do something. On top of that, he's more focused than the Incubus Emperor ever was. Since he has targeted Arkland, he poses a real threat. We have tried to make public knowledge all the things he has done to the people he rules. He cannot be allowed to spread his influence further. But does the church need to fight him? Considering it seems likely that there is someone already planning to do so. It's no secret that I want the fucklord deposed. That's why I came here to implore you to help. Sucking dit doesn't work? Ah, okay, fair. I'm not asking the church to send troops to a foreign continent, but at least you can prepare for a conflict that may forcibly come to your shores. The Incubus Emperor was defeated with considerable aid from divine magic. The Church of Ivala should not relinquish this role to others. Thank you for your words, Simon. We should also hear the words of others before we make our decision. I come before you today not only as a representative of New Divini, but as someone who suffered under the cruelty of one Incubus King. Please do not allow this threat to go unchecked merely because it is somewhat distant now. Hello, High Priestesses. I wanted to come and lend my support to the idea of fighting against this threat from an Incubus King. I hope you all remember the damage he did to Serantia during the war. Anything that happens in our future, he will be waiting to strike opportunistically. But I believe a few prudent preparation could have an outsized benefit without necessitating a war. Fucking, you're a good speaker. Tina the goat. Serantia will not forget that it was attacked. Something must be done. We're still getting back on our feet. Should we really be provoking powerful Incubus Kings? We've heard from the general public, but before we begin our private session, I wanted to hear from our two candidates. Yes, we value your insight. What do you think on the subject? I think that this Incubus King does is obviously terrible, but the Church of Ivala needs to consider a great many different threats and issues. We should keep an eye on this threat, but also build up the church so that it can respond to any threat. Wonderful to see such thoughtfulness in one so young. And you, Kaskia? I'm opposed. We can't afford to overextend our strength by fighting battles on other continents. Not to mention the fact that the Doom King might just want to use us against another rival. Something else we must keep in mind. True. Thank you for giving us your thoughts, sisters. Perhaps a synod should retreat to make our final decision now. Yes, let's. The less we say, the better. I think the less we say, the better. We presented our point. We don't want to appear involved in this one. This is internal church politics and an issue that's, like, we're already so deeply entangled in. Any attempt we make... I think say nothing is correct here. I'm like 99% sure I'd say nothing here. I think that is enough. Everyone can state how much support they are willing to give, and we will build the church's results from there. I don't like that the Doom King can simply send a lackey to summon us to war. I refuse to offer anything. I cannot disagree more. I also think Bertrice would be against us influencing anyone. We must address this threat before it comes to our doorstep. I think the concern is real, but I'm afraid I can only offer token support from my resources. Rough as this issue seems, I believe Ivala is calling us to at least maintain vigilance. Though I dislike playing into anyone's hands, I believe that we must act on this issue. Strange though it might be, Simon has kept all his agreements so far. I think we should move with him against this threat, and will invest personal resources to do so. Then adding up everything that has been offered, we will begin preparation for a conflict with the Incubus King, including large-scale holy spells. Okay, that seems like the best option. But we will maintain complete control and not allow any information to leak to hypothetical allies such as the Doom King. Perfect! We don't want to be involved. The more autonomy you have in this, the better. Both for optics and for, like, the process. I don't think we want to be involved at all. The more entangled we are with the church, the worse, I think, in general. I don't think so. I think so. I think they've been most effective when they've done stuff on their own. And voicing their support here and having them, like, especially because the fucklord might see it coming if we're involved, but he might not if it's like a separate thing, right? Why would you support a Doom, like an Incubus King randomly? Yeah, I'm fine with this. I like this result. I'm not sure how to feel about this. The idea of more war. If we move quickly, this one will be fought at a distance. With holy spells, not with our troops on foreign soil. I feel like coordination is really important for this. I think we can coordinate around them. We'll see. I'm happy with this result. I would not consider re-rolling this. Or I wouldn't consider re-rolling based on this. We'll see. If Herein doesn't get in, then I might. Or I will. But if Herein gets in, I'm rolling with this, I think. Though we would be better prepared if you had accepted the proposal regarding more unpeople. Let's not relive past votes, Esmera. Instead, take a moment to pray and purify yourselves. Our next decision will be regarding the elevation of a new priestess. With an issue like this, there's not much I can do to have an impact. You'll have to hope your decisions thus far have been enough. Yeah, I didn't think so either, Kirby, but I don't even know if we would want that. Next, we need to discuss the potential elevation of a sanctified priestess to a higher position. I would like to remind everyone that this is not the time for new proposals or arguments about overall church structure. Yes, we can discuss those next, but do we need to discuss the exact terms now? Possibly. Does anyone have an objection for the basic form of our decision? Specifically, to elevate either Kaskia or Herein to a new position, a sanctified priestess with additional authority. I still feel like there is no point creating a high priestess in all but name. We shouldn't throw away the church's ancient forms just for convenience. But are either of you going to argue about the decision before us? No, I understand the administrative necessity. It's fine. I have a question. Is there a reason we need to elevate only one of them? Might not both candidates be even more helpful? Much as I like the idea of avoiding this argument, it would make the argument during the next vote even more difficult. I think that's a good idea, Sister Patricia, but perhaps we can consider elevating the second if one person proves insufficient. I can see the wisdom in that approach. Then I'm hearing general agreement, so I believe we can proceed. Now, personally, I don't like allowing any outsiders to influence this decision, but those are the terms we decided upon. So, consider your choice in your heart as we hear the words of others. Doesn't look like we'll be allowed to speak on this one. Makes sense. Having worked with Sanctified Priestess Herein, I strongly believe she would be the best candidate. Nice. Kaskia is definitely the new leader the church needs. No. I wish to speak on behalf of Herein's heart and her devotion to Ivala. Yes. Cyrantia would like to request that both candidates be chosen in order to better serve the entire continent. Given the great chaos in Cyrantia, we would welcome the Church of Ivala. But if only one can be chosen, Cyrantia believes Herein is the better candidate. Thank fuck I talked to him earlier. If the church ignores the gift it has been given in Kaskia, it will be missing a great opportunity. 3-2 to Herein. There's little room for complex negotiation of Ivala's consensus here. Let us not waste time. I would prefer that we choose Herein, but Hester, you're always quiet on these. Why not start? On this subject, I am undecided, to be honest. I want to reflect on everyone else's opinion one more time. I still support Kaskia, though I admit I wish she would have carried herself better during the summit. Of course you would. Herein is clearly Ivala's choice. She has Ivala's blessing and has proven herself wise during this council. Herein is a dear and she has a good heart, but this possession will require more than that. She proved that she had more of it than I expected this council, but I hope she has what it takes. So you're voting for Herein? Yes, let's see what she can do. Yes! I'm afraid Herein would be much too easily manipulated by our enemies. I support Kaskia. I hope that everyone will believe my decision is unbiased when I vote for Herein. She has proven herself capable during this council. Esther? Herein has proven herself. She has my vote. Yes! That brings the total to 2 for Kaskia and 5 for Herein, which means that Herein is our new elevated sanctified priestess. Wasn't much of a contest, was it? I'm glad that Herein will have strong backing going forward. That feels like a check. Like this line of dialogue feels like you got the best result or a good result. It implies that you don't want a close tiebreaker. Sounds like it's actually useful to have more votes. Now, I think we could all use a break before we begin discussing more detailed issues of High Priestess placement. I'm so happy that all the things I want are coming true. Are you ready to discuss the issue for the last vote? It'll take a long time. Oh, I might have to go to sleep then. I'm still in shock that they picked me. And by such an overwhelming margin, I don't deserve it. I'll have to work extra hard to earn their trust in me. I'm good to keep quiet here. Okay, you can exercise your best judgment. I'll say this. If I want to get spoiled, I'll like ask explicitly about it. Otherwise, I would prefer if you don't say anything spoilery. You can obviously talk about thoughts on stuff, but checks and what it influences in the future, please avoid that. Getting both surely would be better. But what if it was split and we got both? Oh, we got both. What? Oh, surely. Oh, it's Sarkham's. Okay. Okay, they said it'll be a long section, but if that's not true, then I'll play for a bit more. We didn't get both elected. Oh, you meant both as I thought you meant both issues as Fucklord and Herein. Yeah, no. That makes sense. Fair enough. Yeah, no. Fuck having both of them. Casca does not deserve it. These statues are just ornamental, I think. They look like a recent addition. This is fucking ridiculous. How could they pick that feeble little mouse over me? They overwhelmingly supported her too. You were responsible, weren't you? I'll remember this. Now to get what I can from the rest of the council and then get to work. Haha, owned. Giga owned. So what's she at? 8. Good. I like that we got +1 from this. With Esmera. Casca will remember this? Yep. A real telltale game-ass moment. Okay, this vote is going to be everything at once. It'll get messy. You probably can't influence it simply. It'll depend on your arguments so far. First and second issues. Whether to add more High Priestesses to Ardoheim or Aram. These will fail, but might be good for politicking. Third issue. Whether I should move to the Lost Territories. This one is likely to happen. The question is which of the three. You can come live with us, Sarai. Yeah, everyone would be fucking thrilled about that. Fourth issue. Changing my title to something more logical. This one is pointless, but we have to waste time on it. Fifth and sixth issues. Where our new Deputy High Priestess should go. And whether or not the new nation should receive a second. That one actually matters. We're going to address all these at once. Because they're all roughly the same issue. Distribution of High Priestesses. But I'm not done. All of this will be heavily based on the Aglaciar Accords. A set of limitations from the days when Ardoheim and Aram were at war. Get Karina to explain. Oh dear, those are a complex mess. Seventh issue. Simon, I hate to interrupt, but we have a problem. The balance of the tower in Ardfort just went critical. We need to get there soon, or there will be demons in the streets. Not that they'll break through quickly, but our window of opportunity to smooth the disturbances before they get out of hand will be limited. We need to go. I was figuring you'd say that. Do what you have to. Everyone not capable of combat, stay here and assist Sarai to the best of your ability. Will do. Don't die on us. Transferring us now. This is that we got here last time. Or we got here in time. There's a stronger entity here getting in the way. We need to take it out, then we can analyze the area. And let's go to it. Get to it. Yeah, I am going to stop here. I can't do a combat section. I need to wake up in under 8 hours. Long segment was a lie. Makes sense. I kind of wish I didn't, though. Like, I would prefer to load from here, I think. Like, I'd prefer to load here just so that I can rehear the dialogue tomorrow and refresh myself instead of forgetting exactly what the topics are. So, even though we just listened to that, I am going to save here. So that I get a refresher. I said tomorrow, but I can't stream tomorrow. Next stream we do. I doubt I can get any streaming done. Like I said, either it's Sunday morning or it's what's it called? Or it's Tuesday. But sure, yeah, I mean, it's just that I need to be up in under 8 hours already. So I need to go to bed. Hey, I'll be there for Sunday morning. Nice. I'll write in the Discord how I'm feeling about it. It depends on exactly when I wake up and turn my sleep schedule and stuff. Because I'm working night shift, right? But that would be the option. In any case, I will call it here. It's been a really productive session. I really like the way we've been doing the things we've been doing. I hope we can use some of our remaining influence to great effect in the final day after this. Like, we've got 10 influence left. I hope we can use some of it in the final day. I assume we can. But for now, there's still the magic cult. True. That is a topic that we definitely can use influence on. But yeah, bye nerds. Bye.